Oceans keep their secrets well, hidden beneath crushing darkness, where light dares not wander. Tonight we descend into the abyss, unraveling 100 enigmas, real, born of sailors' nightmares. Let the waves lull you into the unknown. But before we begin, tell me, where are you listening from, and what time is it? Let me know in the comments below. Let's begin. You are about to journey into places that few have dared to imagine, and even fewer returned from. These are not the stories whispered around the dinner table, nor the legends neatly tucked into textbooks. These are the strange anomalies dredged up from forgotten expeditions, the murmurs of long-lost ship logs, and the dreams that haunt the quietest corners of the deep. As you close your eyes, let the hush of the waves cradle you, and drift slowly into a world where truth blurs gently with fable. We begin now, with the first discovery. In the early spring of 1903, a British diving expedition in the Greenland Sea stumbled upon a strange archway of stone columns, rising like cathedral ribs from the seafloor, all perfectly aligned and carved with spiraling glyphs resembling no known language. The columns hummed, almost imperceptibly, and magnetic compasses reversed polarity within a mile radius. They called the site the Vaulted Sea, and while its location was documented in a captain's log, the coordinates were intentionally burned from the second copy before being sent to the Royal Archives. It is said the lead diver would whisper in sleep of iron bells and a voice with no mouth, and within 3 months, all 4 crew members had abandoned the sea entirely, purchasing farmland far inland, never to speak of what they'd seen again. An American whaling vessel reported dragging something tangled in their nets while hunting off the coast of Nova Scotia in 1907. What they retrieved was not whale nor wreckage, but a slab of metallic material curved like a fin and studded with glassy nodes, none of which appeared to be man-made. It gave off no heat and no light, but the crew swore it throbbed faintly like a heartbeat. Upon contact, several men experienced vivid hallucinations of cities without skies and seas without bottoms. The captain logged the object, but 2 days later, they cast it back into the ocean under orders from an unknown party that intercepted them via a steamer. The log survives, but only that page. The rest is missing. A deep-sea telegraph cable crew in 1902, working south of Madagascar, lost signal for 3 days after laying line through what was believed to be a trench. Upon recovery of the cable, they found it sheared cleanly in multiple spots, with what looked like calcified bite marks the size of wagon wheels etched along its length. Divers sent to investigate reported walls that breathed and a sudden drop-off they called the throat. One man's boots were returned to the surface without him inside them, still laced, still warm. The British Cable Company declared it a geological disturbance, but all future expeditions quietly avoided the coordinates, and to this day, no modern cable has been laid in that stretch. In 1909, a Norwegian merchant ship drifted into Reykjavik harbour, entirely unmanned, its engine off, and the hull riddled with what resembled barnacle growth in the shape of human fingerprints. The logbook was still open to a page dated 3 weeks prior, and the ink was dry. According to that entry, the crew had spotted a tower, taller than any mast, made of blue coral, rising from nowhere. Attempts to radio the mainland ceased shortly after. The ship had no lifeboats aboard when found, and curiously, every personal belonging of the crew was still on board, carefully arranged, as if waiting for return. Fishermen along the coast of Chile reported in 1906 a series of midnight tides that rose without lunar reason, bringing with them carcasses of fish species no taxonomist could identify. Ailess, translucent and bearing geometric patterns across their bodies, these fish were never preserved, as they melted to liquid within hours of surfacing. In one village, an elder woman claimed it was the return of the breathers, a term from local myth that described ocean spirits who surfaced every 100 years to sing the sea to sleep. After 3 days, the tides ceased. The beaches were silent again, and no one dared fish that stretch of coast for months. A steam-powered bathyscaphe, operated by French researchers, descended into the Sulu Sea in 1905 and reported an anomaly on the ocean floor, a perfectly round, shallow basin, 60 meters in diameter, that emitted no reflection. The light from their submersible lanterns vanished when shone over it, absorbed completely. When they dropped a weighted probe into the basin, it did not return, and neither did the vibrations it should have caused. Some on board believed they were hovering over a hole in the ocean itself. The bathyscaphe resurfaced, with its glass viewport cracked from the inside. The operator had vanished, leaving behind only his gloves, folded neatly on the controls. In 1908, during a routine survey for undersea volcanic activity near the Azores, geological team recorded a frequency not native to any marine life, a sustained chord composed of 4 tones, spaced precisely 5 seconds apart, resonating through steel hulls and even bone. It caused toothaches, headaches, and in one case, uncontrollable weeping. The sound lasted exactly 13 minutes, and then ceased. It was never heard again. The frequency does not match tectonic shifts, whale songs, or even man-made sonar. Its origin remains undetermined. The crew called it the choir below. Scientists filed it under acoustic anomaly, but the records, curiously, were transcribed by hand. No audio survives. Divers off the coast of New Zealand discovered in 1901 a submerged cemetery, dozens of gravestones, all carved in a language no cryptographer has successfully translated, buried beneath meters of kelp and black sand. Some were broken in half, others intact, and one bore a relief carving of what appeared to be a humanoid figure with fins instead of arms. Despite its underwater location, no barnacles clung to the stones, and coral grew around them in a perfect ring. The dive team returned only once. A photograph exists, grainy and water-damaged, showing the top of one marker. It reads, "Reunion, Year of the Long Current." A cargo vessel en route to Africa in 1904 reported dragging anchor due to an invisible current, not noted on any chart. When they lifted anchor, they found it fused to a circular plate of obsidian-like material, covered in a spiral of barnacle growth. Upon removal, the plate released a burst of pressure, like a sigh, and cracked in half. The ship's onboard barometer shattered instantly. For days after, crewmen claimed to dream of standing on the sea floor, unable to rise. The spiral pattern would reappear in frost on their portholes each morning, always rotating clockwise. The ship docked early, half the crew deserted, and refused to return. In the winter of 1900, an Arctic expedition tracking glacial drift found a floating mass of sea ice, with something embedded deep within. Chipping carefully, they revealed the front third of a massive wooden ship hull. Unknown flag, no nameplate, no signs of crew. What disturbed them most was the bow, where a massive eye had been painted in vibrant red, still visible beneath the frost. When the ice was breached further, the rest of the vessel was gone. No wreckage, no keel, nothing but that single section suspended in the ice. They recorded it, then left. The ice sealed behind them by the next morning. The hull has never been seen again. In 1906, while trailing migratory fish off the coast of Morocco, an Italian marine biologist charted a sudden vertical anomaly, a tall structure beneath the surface that appeared to sway almost like a stalk rooted into the ocean floor. Initially assumed to be a rare kelp plume, closer inspection with early diving gear revealed a single, spiraled appendage of bone or bone-like substance, stretching 40 meters upwards, before vanishing into the dark. The divers dared not touch it, as static electricity visibly danced across its ridges. They noted that the surrounding water had warmed unnaturally, and small fish were floating belly up in stillness around its base. The anomaly vanished from sonar days later, with only residual radiation, an unexplained phenomenon for the time, left in the surrounding waters. The lead scientist, Dr. Filippo Ricci, returned to Italy and abruptly retired, donating all his nautical journals to a convent. The pages describing the spiral are missing, removed neatly with a razor. A Portuguese naval patrol, in 1903, received a distress signal in Morse code from a trawler that had reportedly vanished 2 weeks prior. The signal was repetitive, incomplete, and only repeated the phrase, "The eyes are open below." When the patrol ship arrived at the last known location, they found only debris, planks, fishing gear, and a glass lantern still glowing faintly, despite no fuel or wick inside. Divers discovered the ship's bell embedded in the silt, cracked cleanly in half, and surrounded by dozens of flattened copper coins, each warped as though crushed under enormous pressure. The Navy classified it under equipment malfunction and radio ghosting, but local fishermen recall that on the night of the signal, the stars appeared dimmer, and a red bloom was seen spreading silently across the waves under a full moon. For years afterward, no vessels were allowed within 30 nautical miles of that point without special clearance. In 1907, a German undersea excavation in the Barents Sea uncovered what appeared to be a stairway of limestone, descending at a sharp angle into the trench wall. The steps, though eroded, were evenly spaced and bore deep, claw-like grooves along both sides, suggesting something, or someone, descended frequently. What puzzled the crew more was the ambient sound, a constant knocking, rhythmic and slow, resonating through the rock itself. When they attempted to lower a lantern into the passage, the flame extinguished instantly, as though air had been sucked from the area. They recovered the lantern, but it returned ice cold, coated in what looked like salt but burned when touched. Attempts to blast further into the wall were halted when the lead archaeologist suffered seizures and claimed a song of stone teeth was being sung directly into his spine. He spent the remainder of his days institutionalized in Hamburg. His final drawing was of a mouth made entirely of stairs. A Russian fishing crew near Sakhalin Island in 1902 caught something in their nets. Unlike any known creature, a jelly-like mass with strands resembling braided hair and a single massive, unblinking black eye at its center. It pulsed slowly, responding to light by shifting in hue from pale blue to violent crimson. When touched, it emitted a low, mournful wail that made the air feel thick and the sea suddenly still. The crew hauled it onto the deck, but within an hour, it had liquefied, leaving behind a stinging vapor that rusted nearby metal in minutes. The ship's wood where it lay turned black and never faded. The net was discarded at sea and the tale suppressed by port authorities, but the crew's children would later report that their fathers woke nightly, gasping, choking on seawater, though their lungs were dry. One even carved a crude statue of the eye, burying it deep in the earth, just to stop the dreams. In the year 1900, a retired Spanish cartographer, obsessed with mapping forgotten sea roads, claimed to have found an invisible line running across the floor of the North Atlantic, one detectable only by watching how deep-sea sand shifted unnaturally against current flow. His theory was dismissed as nonsense until a French vessel, following his coordinates as a curiosity, reported a sharp vibration through the keel, as if passing over an unseen edge. Moments later, their compass rotated rapidly 3 full revolutions and froze, pointing due south, despite the ship facing west. Over the next 2 hours, every clock aboard desynchronized, and the crew claimed to hear faint chanting echoing from the water, despite no wind or nearby vessels. The captain noted it in the log, which ends mid-sentence with the phrase, "The map folds inward." The ship returned to port days later with its crew oddly quiet, refusing all interviews, and the cartographer was never seen again. In the summer of 1902, operators, at a remote maritime station in Ireland, intercepted a deep-sea transmission, unlike any known signal of the time. It came in the form of rhythmic pulses, 8 per minute, each followed by a brief silence that seemed to carry a whisper, too low to record. The signal lasted exactly 1 hour, and repeated 4 nights in a row, always at 2:17 a.m. The operators, believing it to be a malfunction, cross-checked their equipment, but found no fault. On the 5th night, the transmission changed. Instead of pulses, a single continuous sound emanated for 13 minutes, followed by the unmistakable sound of breathing, slow, deliberate, wet. The lead technician collapsed with a nosebleed and suffered hallucinations for days after, muttering phrases like, "The old listener awakens," and "coil of teeth," behind the fog. The recording, captured on wax cylinder, was sent to London, but never arrived. The parcel box was found empty on the train. A series of photographic plates taken in 1905 during a sonar mapping mission near the Bering Sea revealed, in 3 consecutive frames, what appeared to be a massive silhouette beneath the ocean floor, not on it, beneath it. The readings suggested something the size of a cathedral embedded below layers of basalt, yet giving off faint traces of movement over time. When examined under special lighting, the silhouette seemed to change posture, from curled to extended, with appendages spreading in a spiral. Experts dismissed it as a flaw in the developing process. However, one of the assistants who handled the negatives began experiencing intense vertigo and claimed that whenever he blinked, he could see the outline behind the skin of the world. He was later found standing in the shallow surf near Sitka, whispering to the sea in an unknown tongue and refusing to turn away from the tide. In 1903, a Swedish coastal community suffered from an unexplainable auditory event that echoed through the fjords every dusk for 21 days, a deep, groaning hum, followed by what villagers described as a steel scream. It originated offshore, yet no ships were present, and the water remained calm. Attempts to row toward the source ended with cracked oars and men vomiting blood, their ears bleeding from pressure that seemed to arrive from below rather than above. When the phenomenon ceased, small shells unlike any local marine species washed ashore, hollow, coiled in Fibonacci patterns, and warm to the touch for several minutes. One was sent to a university in Uppsala for study, but the box arrived filled with sand and one torn page from a Norse manuscript, referencing the echo of the abyss mouth. The page was unsigned, and no one could determine where it had come from. A lighthouse keeper stationed in the South Pacific reported in 1906 that for 4 consecutive nights, the ocean around his post refused to rise. No tide came in, the air was still, the shoreline dry, and the surrounding waters shimmered as if layered in glass. During this time, the keeper claimed to see structures rise from the sea at dawn, geometric towers made of copper-colored stone, appearing only in reflection, but not in physical form. When he reached to touch the water, it burned his hand without leaving a mark. His journal ended with a final entry that read, "The water waits for permission to return. I will not be the one to grant it." A supply ship found the lighthouse empty 3 days later. His boots were on the stairs, and a cup of tea had gone cold beside the logbook. The tide had resumed as normal. Off the coast of Venezuela, in 1904, pearl divers retrieved a stone sphere the size of a human head, perfectly smooth, and coloured a pale green. When brought to the surface, it emitted a high-pitched tone, barely audible, that seemed to alter pitch based on the diver's mood. Locals treated it as sacred and refused to let it leave the region, claiming it to be the Eye of El Murmurador, a sea deity that devours memories. Curiously, those who handled it began forgetting specific years of their lives, often entire childhoods, and reported dreams of swimming upward endlessly toward a light that never grew closer. One diver eventually attempted to return the sphere to its original location and vanished mid-dive. When the object was placed back into the water by others, the tone ceased instantly. To this day, the artifact remains sealed in a concrete chamber beneath a monastery. A Japanese cargo ship charting a new route between Okinawa and the Philippines in 1901 encountered what the crew described as a crack in the ocean. The sea's surface appeared torn along a straight line, running for miles, with mist rising from the gap and an overwhelming scent of sulfur. Through the divide, they claimed to see moving shapes, not fish, not whales, but long figures that never surfaced, undulating just beneath a layer of silvery mist. The sky grew dark despite clear weather, and the ship's compasses spun uncontrollably. One sailor carved a symbol into the deck, 3 concentric circles with a single vertical slash, before jumping overboard, reportedly yelling, "It's listening." The ship's captain later ordered the course logged as a navigational error. That map was never updated, and a handwritten note was added to its margin. "Do not follow the line. It is not yours to trace." In 1908, an American oceanographer, tracking plankton migrations near the coast of Brazil, discovered a zone of water that repelled all life. It spanned 20 nautical miles and was utterly devoid of fish, seaweed, or even microorganisms. Sterile, silent, and oddly warm. When water samples were brought aboard, they evaporated within minutes, leaving behind a fine black dust. That dust, when viewed under a microscope, revealed a repeating pattern, a complex fractal that matched no known mineral, life form, or geological compound. Shortly after exposure, the microscope lens cracked, and the oceanographer complained of vivid headaches, describing lattices in the dark and veins of thought in the water. His notes ended abruptly with a diagram labeled "Sleep Layer, Level 0." His assistant claimed that after midnight, the samples began humming. The ship returned to port early, citing engine issues. No further expeditions were launched into that stretch of ocean again. A Chilean naval survey ship, in 1900, deployed a new type of weighted depth sensor near the Drake Passage. The cable descended for hours, without striking bottom, and when it was finally retrieved, the weight was gone, replaced by a charred spiraling helix of unknown metal. The ship's sonar, a primitive model for the time, picked up what the crew recorded as regular rising impacts, as if something immense was walking slowly across the seafloor. The impacts ceased suddenly, and the sea grew completely still. Later analysis showed the helix to contain a mineral composite not found in Earth's crust. After the mission, 2 of the ship's officers fell mysteriously ill, developing lesions shaped like spiral knots across their arms and necks. The Navy sealed the report, but local legends resurfaced about the stepper beneath, a creature thought to emerge only when the seafloor itself shifts to accommodate its limbs. In 1909, a young radio enthusiast in Newfoundland claimed to receive Morse signals from a submerged vessel, not of steel or wood. The transmissions arrived at dawn and dusk, repeating a single message, "Trapped below. We move in loops," though many believed it to be a prank. The boy wrote down the coordinates included in one of the messages, and a skeptical fishing crew sailed there a week later. They returned with photographs of strange ridges on the ocean floor, like drag marks, and netting that had been fused with coral into unnatural shapes, almost skeletal. A single boot was recovered, covered in algae, yet bearing no sign of rot. The heel was branded with a letter not found in any known alphabet. The boy stopped transmitting afterward. Neighbors claimed his antenna melted during a thunderless night, and from then on, his house would echo faintly, with tapping sounds at precisely 4:44 a.m. In 1903, while sailing through an unmapped trough northwest of the Canary Islands, a Spanish merchant crew encountered what they believed was a floating mass of dead seaweed, until it began to rise. The tangle extended upward like a curtain, revealing translucent strands veined with something golden that pulsed like capillaries. The ship's barometer plummeted, and every compass needle snapped violently eastward. Those on deck reported hearing their own names, whispered in voices they didn't recognize, always followed by a choking silence that seemed to cling to the air. The ship passed beneath the mass for nearly 30 minutes, and during that time, not one sailor spoke. It wasn't until hours later that they realized the stars above them had not moved at all, as if time had paused or been replaced. Upon docking, the crew unanimously refused to explain what had happened, and the captain erased the last coordinates from the ship's journal with black ink thick enough to tear the page. A forgotten reef off the coast of Namibia became a whispered legend after a Dutch research vessel found its topography shifting between sonar scans in 1907. The reef appeared to rearrange itself, arches becoming spirals, shelves turning to pillars, all within an hour. A diver who descended to observe it directly resurfaced in a panic, his hair turned bone white, and a jelly-like fluid leaking from his ears. He described rooms made of coral and a gallery of eyes along the ceiling. Worse still, his diving chronometer read 22 hours spent below, despite his oxygen tank lasting no more than 30 minutes. Samples retrieved from the reef dissolved in sunlight, evaporating into a scentless mist. The crew called it the reef that dreams, and though their logs exist, none have ever returned to verify its current shape. Local sailors leave small offerings of salt and twine before sailing near the region, out of habit more than belief. A message in a bottle, dated 1902, was discovered washed ashore in Maine, decades later, sealed in pitch and bound in copper wire. Inside was a tightly folded letter, penned by a woman claiming to be a marine chemist aboard a civilian research vessel that had disappeared without record. Her letter told of a submerged vault they had located in the mid-Atlantic, a cube of smooth glass embedded in a crater, which pulsed with soft orange light whenever approached. She wrote that it opened for sound, not touch, responding only to harmonic vibrations played from the ship's organ. The final lines detailed a faint voice that emerged from inside the vault, reciting the names of those aboard, in perfect order, before pausing and speaking a name none recognized. The letter ends abruptly with the words, "It is not a vault. It is waiting to return." No records of the woman, the ship, or the expedition were ever found. A British ornithologist conducting seabird studies along the remote Faroe Islands in 1900 reported a singular phenomenon. Every gull, puffin, and storm petrel fled the cliffs on the night of June 14th, forming a spiral above the sea and disappearing into the horizon. The following morning, thousands of fish, unfamiliar in form, with luminous fins and porous skin, washed ashore, all facing the same direction, mouths open. Locals avoided touching them, as those who did developed blisters, shaped like map contours on their palms. One child claimed to hear wings beneath the tide, and her drawings, later found in a weathered notebook, depicted a massive feathered creature with 6 eyes and no face. The ornithologist's final entry read, "They are not birds. They were never birds." His body was found months later, floating in a fjord, surrounded by feathers, too large for any known species, none of which left a trace when tested for DNA. In 1909, a storm-damaged German cargo ship drifted into a glassy zone of ocean, south of Madagascar, where the water reflected the stars perfectly even during daylight. The effect was so disorienting that crew members claimed to see constellations on the surface that didn't match any known map of the sky. When they attempted to steer away, the ship's engine failed, and a second sun briefly appeared beneath the waves, so bright that it cast shadows upward onto the sails. Instruments failed, and one sailor reportedly aged visibly overnight, his hair turning grey and his hands shaking uncontrollably. The area was dubbed the Twin Sky and marked on early drafts of maritime maps, but was erased in later editions. One theory suggested an atmospheric mirage, though that would not explain the discovery of dried seawater crystallized on the ship's masts, arranged in symmetrical constellations, not found in the night sky. A diver off the coast of Malta in 1901 discovered a staircase carved directly into the cliffside beneath the waves, leading to a dry cavern filled with wooden statues of human figures, each one life-sized, identical, and missing their eyes. The chamber had no visible entrance above the waterline and appeared entirely sealed, yet air was breathable within. The statues faced inward toward a central stone table, atop which sat a sealed urn etched with concentric circles and a sunburst. When the diver attempted to open it, he was struck by a blinding flash and pulled upward by his line, screaming. He never dove again. Later, researchers attempted to locate the cave, but found no evidence of its existence. The only proof was a carving the diver made from memory, a replica of one of the statues, which he claimed sometimes moved when no one was looking, its head always turning toward the nearest door. In 1904, a French salvage operation, recovering gold from a sunken colonial vessel near Mauritius, encountered a hollowed dome beneath layers of coral, perfectly spherical and unnaturally smooth, as if shaped by tools not available in that era. Upon entry through a breach in its upper edge, divers reported a startling change in sound perception. The usual murk of the ocean disappeared, replaced by a constant ticking, like thousands of tiny metronomes ticking in unison. The chamber's floor was etched with deep grooves forming spirals that, when traced by hand, seemed to produce vibrations through the divers' suits. More chilling, each diver reported different visions. Some saw ruined cities. Others heard voices reciting dates in the future. One man screamed uncontrollably upon seeing his own name carved into the wall, beneath the date 1912. He vanished during the next dive, never to be recovered. The site was marked, then classified by the French Navy under a coded term, and all further expeditions ceased. During a 1907 geological dive in the Tyrrhenian Sea, researchers attempting to map underwater volcanic vents discovered a cave system that bled warm, metallic-smelling vapor through the rock. Navigating through tight, spiraling tunnels, they reached a central chamber where the walls pulsed like a living thing, and the rock beneath them seemed slightly pliant. In the middle lay what resembled a petrified skeleton, several meters long, encased in calcium buildup. It bore the unmistakable features of both marine and avian anatomy: wing-like protrusions curled along a ribbed torso, and a beak fused with rows of teeth. Before a proper sketch could be made, the tunnel began collapsing, not from seismic activity, but from a rhythmic contraction, as if the entire cave were exhaling. The dive team barely escaped, losing equipment and the photographic plates. Their report was dismissed due to lack of proof, but a surviving researcher would later paint the skeleton obsessively until his death, claiming he could still hear its heartbeat through stone. In 1905, a Scottish expedition, seeking ancient shipwrecks west of the Hebrides, discovered an open chamber beneath a ledge, illuminated faintly by bioluminescent algae lining the ceiling like constellations. The chamber itself was silent, impossibly so. The divers' breathing made no sound, their instruments refused to tick, and no bubbles formed from exhalation. At the center, embedded in the silt, stood a stone obelisk carved with identical eyes on all four sides. It was warm to the touch, humming faintly. One diver placed a hand on it and reported the feeling of being watched from every direction at once. Minutes later, the algae dimmed, the obelisk shifted slightly, and the chamber trembled without water displacement. The team fled, and when they returned days later, the entrance was gone, swallowed by rock. One diver swore he saw his own reflection blink before he did in a window days later. He never returned to sea again. A deep-sea mine inspection near the Philippines in 1906 uncovered what appeared to be a pressure-sealed chamber of copper, embedded within basalt, its seams fused by time and immense weight. Tools failed to breach it, but when a vibration probe was lowered, it picked up intermittent internal thuds, as though something alive had knocked once every few minutes, waiting. The knocks grew louder with each passing hour, though no external change occurred. On the third day, the entire mining rig's systems failed for 13 minutes, during which each worker claimed to see the same hallucination, a spiral staircase descending endlessly, lined with statues of themselves in increasingly decayed states. One worker, having scratched the pattern into his arms, jumped into the ocean and was never seen again. The chamber, once left undisturbed, no longer responded to knocks. The crew marked the site and left. Years later, satellite imaging showed the area entirely collapsed into a trench that hadn't existed before. In 1901, explorers diving off the southern coast of Madagascar uncovered a concave basin, overgrown with dense barnacle colonies, all growing in perfect rows that mirrored musical scales when measured for spacing. The basin floor resonated softly when touched, as though made of hollow metal, and vibrated in pulses that responded to human proximity. The lead diver noted that his heartbeat synchronized with the vibrations, until it began to lag slightly behind, almost as if something below was learning and mimicking him. The diver panicked, resurfaced too fast, and suffered decompression sickness. During treatment, He described hearing notes of an organ, played underwater, slow and solemn. He died days later from a brain hemorrhage, but not before muttering a phrase the crew had never heard before. It tolls for those who descend. No further attempts were made to reach the basin. When another crew passed over the same site years later, the basin had collapsed inward, leaving no trace but silence. A British undersea cable repair crew, operating in 1909 in the Gulf of Bothnia, found an opening in the rock shelf where their line had snapped, leading to a domed cavern lined with shimmering black scales. The walls refracted light in unnatural ways, turning flash lamps into kaleidoscopic spirals, and as the crew moved deeper, the temperature dropped rapidly, despite geothermal vents nearby. At the heart of the chamber sat a sphere of water, hovering unnaturally above a stone pedestal, suspended in stillness. When one man touched it, the sphere distorted and projected a series of images directly into his mind. Ancient marine creatures, cities built on submerged cliffs, and above all, a single unblinking eye that appeared in every vision. The diver screamed and bit through his own tongue. When he was pulled out, his irises had turned pitch black, and remained so until his death. Years later, the cavern collapsed 2 days after discovery. The only remaining image was a crude pencil sketch of the floating sphere, curiously drawn before the diver had even gone down. In 1903, Norwegian divers searching for rare mollusks near the Arctic Circle located what they believed was a rock chimney on the seabed, but as they approached, they realized it was porous and pulsated slightly, as if breathing. Upon touching it, a hollow moan reverberated through the surrounding water, strong enough to crack their diving gauges. The structure stretched deeper than their ropes could measure, and was coated in a thick membrane that resembled calcified skin. One diver descended along its edge and claimed he saw lights flashing inside it, like lightning behind flesh. When he emerged, he'd aged visibly, his beard whitened, his fingers arthritic. His log described a spine that runs through the ocean floor, and vertebrae the size of wagons. He spent his remaining years drawing ocean floor maps that made no geographic sense, but were eerily similar to circulatory systems. The so-called chimney vanished after a series of minor quakes, leaving only fractured sonar echoes behind. A Roman amphora recovered off the coast of Cyprus in 1904 contained not wine or olive oil, but a perfectly preserved sheet of what appeared to be treated leather, etched with a set of concentric wave patterns that shimmered slightly, even under dry light. Historians assumed it to be decorative until a linguist recognized faint similarities to Sumerian tide charts. The oddity, it was found at a depth never reached by Sumerian explorers. Worse still, when exposed to humidity, the leather emitted a faint, continuous sound, an oscillation that made metal objects nearby shudder. One researcher, who spent too long with the artifact, lost his ability to read letters, though he could still draw maps with exceptional clarity, often including deep-sea trenches that had not yet been documented. The artifact was later sealed in an iron box and stored in a maritime museum, where it continues to hum faintly through its container, according to night guards who refused to patrol near it alone. A Chilean Navy diver, in 1906, descended to examine a sunken merchant vessel thought to contain preserved ivory, but instead discovered the entire hold filled with fossilized marine bones of creatures unlisted in any zoological record. Many were serpentine, some had limbs resembling human arms, and one skull matched no known vertebrate group, elongated, with horn-like ridges and sockets too large for any plausible eye. The most disturbing element was that the bones had been laid in a spiral, as if arranged purposefully. When brought to the surface, the specimens crumbled within hours unless kept submerged. The diver became obsessed with reassembling the spiral in his workshop, despite knowing it had no functional anatomy. When he disappeared months later, authorities found the spiral complete, each piece secured with wax. In its center was the diver's boot, filled with seawater despite being found inland. The bones dissolved shortly after discovery, leaving no trace behind but salt. A bathymetric survey in 1900 off the southern coast of India showed something entirely impossible, a section of ocean floor shaped like a perfectly symmetrical handprint, each finger extending almost 2 kilometers. The depressions were lined with calcium deposits and glowed faintly in long exposures. Sonar pulses within the area echoed back distorted, as though bouncing off flexible tissue rather than solid rock. The ship's hull resonated with deep vibrations during their time above the site, and on the final day of scanning, a pressure spike shattered the sound equipment. The team dubbed the formation the handprint beneath, and never returned. Some believed it a geological fluke. Others noted that the sea floor in that region continued to show subtle signs of rising and falling pressure long after the team left, as if the hand was flexing. Even now, the coordinates are considered bad luck, and no commercial routes cross directly over it. A coal freighter travelling through the Tasman Sea in 1908 reported snagging an uncharted underwater cable. When they attempted to lift it, the winch snapped, and the crew retrieved only a short segment, braided with barnacles and carved with unknown characters along the inner copper tubing. The cable was warm to the touch and emitted a faint ticking that aligned perfectly with the ship's chronometer, until, at exactly midnight, the sound reversed, becoming a low grinding tone that caused severe nausea among the crew. The segment was thrown overboard, but days later, the ship's clocks began running backward, and the crew reported seeing strange shadows moving across the moon, shadows that didn't match their sails or masts. Upon docking, every clock aboard had stopped at 2:17 a.m., and the ship's navigational charts were altered. Small islands appeared that didn't exist, and familiar coastlines were subtly different, as if rewritten by something beneath. Divers off the coast of Alaska in 1902 found a venting chimney that exhaled thick black bubbles every 6 minutes, bubbles that, once captured, seemed to contain whispers. They documented the anomaly and returned to shore with audio recordings taken with wax cylinders. Playback revealed not voices, but what sounded like reversed whale song, paired with occasional ticking, not unlike the sound of a telegraph key being pressed. When reversed again, one audio clip produced a single clear word: remember. The cylinder cracked upon the 5th playback, and the divers refused to return. The site was covered by ice the following year. One of the researchers who studied the audio died in his sleep, face frozen in terror, fingernails embedded in the wood of his bed frame. His final journal entry read, "It's not the pressure that kills, it's the weight of what listens." An oceanic plateau mapped in 1909 showed an inexplicable pattern, long, shallow trenches spiraling inward toward a flat central disk, roughly a kilometer wide. A ship anchored near the disk reported no wind, no wave motion, and for hours the crew swore the ship remained perfectly still, even without anchors deployed. When divers reached the plateau, they described it as walking on glass, with no resistance, as if the water had thinned. In the center lay a stone ring, with inscriptions only visible when submerged in complete darkness. They read, "This is not your sea." One diver claimed to see his reflection smile at him before the water turned black. They pulled him out barely alive, and he never spoke again. Satellite imaging now shows no trace of the plateau, only a bottomless trench where it once stood. In 1901, a deep-sea balloon designed to test buoyancy was released into the South Atlantic and tracked by an early GPS prototype using chronograph synchronization. Instead of floating upward, it drifted downward slowly for 4 hours, defying physics. It was retrieved from the surface later, collapsed but intact, and found to be coated in a thin film resembling oil and ash. Inside, the instruments had been turned backwards, with all dials reading negative time signatures. Photos taken from the onboard camera revealed one image that no one could explain, a perfectly lit portrait of the balloon's own exterior, viewed from beneath, with something vast coiled around it, in the distance. The background was completely black, deeper than any known trench. The photo was locked away in a naval archive, but copies were rumored to be cursed, Several people who studied them claimed to see the coiled figure moving whenever their eyes returned to the image. Off the coast of Peru in 1904, a mining vessel dropped an experimental probe into a sinkhole that opened unexpectedly during resource extraction. The probe transmitted normally until it hit what was believed to be the bottom, then, without warning, began transmitting coordinates that didn't exist, listing latitude and longitude in a decimal format unknown to anyone in the crew. A crew member plotted the readings and found they formed a perfect spiral, radiating out into the ocean at impossible scale. At the center was a 0 point labeled "Only Return." Moments later, the probe ceased all function and began floating upward, but its tether was still taut, as if something held it below. They cut the line. The next morning, the spiral had been drawn onto the ship's frost-covered windows, etched by unknown fingers. The sinkhole vanished by the next week, filled in by pressure from below. No one dared to drill again. In 1902, an experimental French bathysphere was lowered into the depths of the Ionian Sea to test pressure tolerances and explore rumored warm zones found far beneath known volcanic vents. The vessel descended past 1,800 meters when the winch reported a sudden weight shift, as if the bathysphere had become lighter. The team believed it had struck a current until the cable itself began to tremble, not from turbulence, but from a pulsating rhythm, a series of gentle tugs in 5-second intervals, almost like breathing. Communication with the diver ceased, and when the bathysphere was raised, it came up empty, the hatch still sealed from the outside. Inside were only deep scratches spiraling across the metal walls, etched inwardly, circular and shallow, like worn-down claws. The diver's suit was folded neatly in the center, his helmet resting atop it. No breach had occurred, no sign of damage, and yet he was gone. The only remaining audio from that dive, recorded faintly on a pressure log, repeats the same thing over and over in a low, creaking voice. "We wait behind the teeth." Off the stormy coasts of Newfoundland, in 1905, a schooner captain described encountering what he believed to be a submerged reef, jagged and black, stretching in unnatural angles beneath a churning sea. His crew avoided it until one fog-heavy evening when the reef surfaced, teeth-like spires rising 6 meters above the waves, chittering with the sound of wind that didn't match the direction. Upon approach, the ship's lanterns flickered wildly, and a strange tide surged inward, forcing them dangerously close. Beneath the crests of the waves, shapes could be seen coiling, too symmetrical to be seaweed, too vast to be rope. The ship turned hard to port and managed to avoid collision, but not before one sailor was seen standing at the bow, arms raised, smiling. He fell without a sound, pulled not downward, but sideways into the surf. The spires retreated within minutes. The crew, once 22, returned only 19. None mentioned the reef again, but one survivor later carved jagged tooth-like lines into every piece of wood he touched, as though compelled by an unseen hand. A coastal Japanese village evacuated suddenly in 1908, after repeated singing was heard echoing through the sea cliffs. Each evening, long, deep, vowel-like tones that caused shutters to vibrate and lanterns to dim. The villagers believed it was the return of Okami no Shita, a forgotten sea myth said to herald floods by singing up the bones of drowned ancestors. A traveling geologist investigated and descended through an eroded cavern during low tide, where he found hundreds of spiral-etched stones stacked carefully into arches beneath the cliff. What disturbed him most wasn't the structure, but the temperature, cold enough to cause his breath to crystallize despite being inside a seawater chamber. On his third descent, he did not return. His climbing rope had been sliced clean through, not frayed, not worn. In its place, villagers found a single tooth embedded in the stone floor above the cavern entrance, not fossilized, not human, still slick with brine. The arches collapsed the following month, but the singing has never stopped, only quieted into a tremble that returns during full moons and when the tide's rhythm stutters. A private British expedition in 1906 aimed to chart the last unmapped sea vents near the Azores, but encountered something far stranger. After descending into a steep basalt fissure, divers reported that the ocean pressure decreased rather than increased as they went deeper. What should have crushed their bodies instead pulled gently, as though the water itself thinned into silk. The descent opened into a vast hollow chamber, filled with decaying statues, each carved from coral and bone, shaped like seated figures facing the same obsidian altar in the center. Upon that altar rested a mouth, a perfectly sculpted maw, ringed with teeth, unlike any seen on earth. No eyes, no limbs, just a mouth, agape and dry, though still hundreds of meters beneath the sea. One diver approached and felt it breathe out, warm, salty wind scented with iron and decay. They fled, ascending too quickly. Only one survived, deaf and mute. On his hospital bed, he carved into his sheets the words, "It was not asleep. We arrived late." The expedition's logbook, water-damaged and warped, contained only one other legible note: "Teeth still grow in the dark." In the spring of 1907, a steam-powered whaling vessel, named Harbour's Folly, drifted listlessly for 6 days after its rudder was torn cleanly from the stern by an underwater force no one had seen. The captain's log described unusually calm seas and a mysterious yellow glow emanating from the depths beneath them, constant, unwavering, and utterly silent. It appeared just after sunset each night, a pale luminescence that mirrored no celestial body, and did not waver with the motion of the waves. The glow was not bright, yet it illuminated the undersides of the ship's hull, casting shadows where no external source should have reached. On the third night, the crew began to report strange dreams, vivid, saturated visions of descending staircases made of coral and teeth, lit by flickering yellow lanterns that grew teeth. The longer ones stared at them. One sailor claimed he woke up to find his boots filled with seawater, despite sleeping in the highest cabin and all hatches sealed. It was on the fifth night that the light rose closer to the surface, no longer a shimmer beneath them, but now a discernible orb, easily 30 feet across, pulsating like a heart. It hovered silently beneath the ship, suspended in liquid shadow, and though no sound reached the deck, every crewman reported a sensation akin to being whispered to, like breath across the nape of the neck. The captain attempted to communicate using Morse lanterns, tapping sequences of "Who are you?" and "Identify." The orb flickered once in response, then twice, before all lanterns aboard Harbour's Folly dimmed to a dull amber, as though their very filament had surrendered to mimic the thing below. On the sixth day, the glow vanished completely, but the damage had been done. The crew found one man dead in the galley, his eyes boiled white, and his tongue covered in phosphorescent slime. No injury marked his body, save for his fingers, which had curled in death around a soaked journal page he'd torn from the captain's own log. Scribbled in a hasty, shivering hand were 3 words: "Don't follow it." When they finally made port 2 weeks later, towed by a cutter that had picked up their distress, they learned the lantern room had suffered a bizarre failure. Every oil reservoir had curdled into a thick black sludge that resisted fire. Even more disturbing, the underside of the hull, freshly tarred before departure, now bore massive circular scorch marks, spirals etched into the planks, as though pressed from within by radiant heat. To this day, no known bioluminescent lifeform has been identified, matching that size, behavior, or intensity. The sea charts for the region were quietly amended by the Maritime Authority, with no public note, only a single phrase added in microscopic font at the chart's base, where few ever look: "Do not signal the lantern." In 1903, a privately funded exploration team departed from Plymouth, England, in a reinforced schooner outfitted with early electric lighting systems, an uncommon luxury at the time. Their aim was to follow a series of curious compass readings reported by merchant captains passing through the Faroe Channel, just east of Iceland. The anomaly was magnetic in nature, but strangely rhythmic, fluctuating in predictable cycles that mirrored the phases of the moon. Some theorized it to be a naturally occurring underwater crystal formation. Others believed it was linked to a long-submerged meteorite. But what the crew encountered was neither geological nor cosmic. It was alive. On the 11th night at sea, Just before midnight, the deckhand manning the portside searchlight spotted what he first assumed to be a colony of jellyfish rising from the depths, dozens of soft yellow glows, pulsing upward in unison, drifting like marine snow. The crew gathered at the railings, mesmerized. But these lights did not float aimlessly, like jellyfish. They formed a perfect circle, then a second circle beneath it, then a third, like an iris blooming in the water. The crew tried to maneuver the ship away, but the ocean beneath them felt thick, syrupy, an unnatural resistance slowing every effort. The lights continued their rise, and now they shimmered with more definition, revealing their true form. Enormous translucent sacs, like inverted lanterns, each containing a silhouette suspended inside. Some appeared curled like fetuses, others stretched unnaturally, arms or limbs pressed against the membranes, as though attempting to escape, or perhaps reach out. The electric systems began to flicker. The onboard phonograph, disconnected and unused, emitted a long, low moan, followed by the brief and unmistakable sound of something knocking from the inside of its casing. Crew members reported hearing their names, whispered in perfect clarity, though none could identify the speaker. One man leapt overboard, shouting a name that didn't belong to anyone on the manifest. He wasn't seen again, and when a diver attempted to locate his body the next day, he surfaced screaming about the library of sleeping mouths. After the encounter, the captain ordered all lights on the ship permanently extinguished at night. They traveled by starlight alone, sails down, engines muffled. The ship's log, once updated daily, shows a 5-day gap, during which someone had smeared candle wax across the pages in slow looping strokes, obscuring the writing beneath. When they returned to port, the ship's glass lanterns had all developed faint yellow staining inside them, even those never used. The bulbs, when relit, glowed not with their usual white-blue spark, but with a sickly amber hue, reminiscent of the lights seen at sea. A week after landfall, the first mate was found hanging in his quarters, surrounded by drawings etched into the walls, hundreds of glowing ovals, each enclosing a curled human form. On the floor beside him was a final message scratched in burnt matchsticks. "We are their fire." In the early months of 1909, an American research submersible known as the Delilah's Rest was deployed from a support vessel near the remote South Sandwich Trench, tasked with measuring thermal anomalies that had baffled oceanographers for months. These spikes in temperature occurred at inexplicable depths, far too deep for sunlight, and absent any signs of volcanic activity. The submersible's crew of 2, equipped with an early battery-powered dive lamp, descended in near silence, surrounded by an ocean that grew unnaturally still the deeper they traveled. Then came the lights, not from above, not from any surface reflection, but rising slowly from beneath. Faint at first, like the glimmer of a candle seen through misted glass, then brighter, more structured, until they formed a lattice of interlocking beams. Golden yellow, impossibly straight, like pillars of fire carved into the dark. The lights were not reflections. They held still, even as the water moved. They didn't shimmer, didn't bend, just columns, too regular, too cold. The crew described the sensation of being watched by something impossibly old, patient, and curious. The deeper they went, the more the lattice spread around them, creating a cage of light with no visible source. Their depth gauge began to spin without calibration, showing numbers beyond any recorded trench. The pilot reported a sudden loss of buoyancy, as if the water had become thicker. Their communications to the surface, once crisp, were reduced to a garbled drone that resembled humming, punctuated by sharp, wet clicks. It sounded biological. They initiated an emergency ascent, but the ballast system refused to respond. Outside, the light columns began to tilt inward slowly, like the closing petals of some inverted mechanical flower. Through the porthole, one of the crew claimed to see movement, shadows stretching between beams of light, shifting with intention, too symmetrical to be random. Then, a face appeared, not pressed against the glass, but suspended in the void, lit from below by the golden glow. It was human in shape, but with no features, just smooth skin, 2 indents, where eyes might have been, and a mouth that remained closed as the voice filled the cabin. You see only what we allow. The log ends there. The submersible returned to the surface 3 days later, drifting. No distress beacon, no radio signal. When boarded, it was found empty, save for a thin layer of golden algae coating every interior surface. The algae was photosensitive, but reacted to no known spectrum, only growing when exposed to the exact light frequency recorded before communications had failed. The dive lamp, when tested, now glowed dim amber, despite being powered off. The supporting vessel's captain refused to send another team. In his final log before resigning, he wrote only a single sentence: "Some lights are not meant to guide you, they're meant to keep you inside." In 1906, along the edge of the Scotia Arc, a whaling vessel named Tide reported a bizarre phenomenon that began shortly after one of their smaller boats was sent to recover an injured harpooner who had fallen overboard. The water had gone glassy, so still it reflected stars not visible in the night sky. Stars the navigator swore were wrong. They appeared in patterns not seen in any known constellation, flickering slowly like candlelight behind gauze. But stranger still was the lantern that followed the skiff from beneath, not on the water's surface, but just below it, tracking their every move with unwavering patience. The crew assumed it was a diving lantern dropped accidentally, until it blinked. A single long dimming, then bright again, then 3 short blinks, then one more long, Morse code. The message repeated: "Join." When the crew pulled the harpooner back aboard and turned to reel in the skiff, the lantern dipped beneath the boat and vanished. Later that night, the ship's lookout reported hundreds, if not thousands, of yellow lights, blooming in the sea in every direction. Some hovered just beneath the waves, others shimmered deeper down, spinning slowly, forming intricate spirals that stretched beyond visibility. When the ship's lights were doused in fear, the yellow glow intensified. The captain, a man of science, tried to signal the lights with a lamp, asking, "What are you?" using old Royal Navy codes. No answer came, but each time he tried, the lanterns grew closer. Their outlines, previously diffused by depth, began to harden. The crew could now make out rigid frames surrounding them, like deep-sea cages, or lantern housings made of bone and metal. Inside each one floated a single figure, humanoid in shape, but suspended in fetal stillness, limbs limp, hair moving like kelp in gentle tide. No faces could be seen, only the amber glow leaking from their mouths and palms. The next morning the ship's compass spun wildly. The water boiled in small patches without heat, and every clock aboard reset to midnight. Despite being wind-up models, a crewman vanished shortly after sunrise. His boots were found by the railing, soles warm to the touch. In the mess hall, the phrase "I saw myself" had been carved into the wooden table in reverse lettering, as if written from beneath. The logbook showed no entry for that day, only the following night's scribbled line: "The lanterns do not burn, they feed." When Tide returned to port, authorities found all electric devices on board non-functional, even those untouched during the voyage. More disturbingly, every reflective surface, mirrors, polished brass, even water in buckets, showed faint glowing orbs for several seconds before returning to normal. The vessel was decommissioned and sold for parts. Rumor has it a section of its hull still glows faintly when submerged in darkness. In early 1904, an exploratory team from Spain sought to chart a little-known eddy system near the equatorial Atlantic, where older merchant logs described a curious phenomenon. Ships would slow without wind, their hulls creaking as if sailing through honey, only to resume normal motion days later, sometimes hundreds of miles off course. The vessel La Dama Roja, equipped with new acoustic depth gauges and a reinforced keel, set out from the Canary Islands under calm skies. Within 4 days of travel, the team entered what they believed to be the center of the eddy, an area so calm that even seagulls refused to pass overhead. The air turned warm and dense, and beneath the glass-flat water, the ocean began to ripple with symmetrical circular waves, patterns too precise to be caused by wind or tide. Below the surface, strange pockets of air moved visibly through the deep, like ghostly bubbles caught in reverse. Their instruments could no longer get a proper depth reading. The echo pulses came back distorted, or worse, responding before the signal had been sent. On the 5th day, divers descended into what appeared to be a shaft of open water spiraling slowly downward, like a living whirlpool. No current pulled them, but gravity felt confused, as if the water pressed in directions that didn't match the physical world. The divers passed through thermoclines like layers of different atmospheres, each colder, then hotter, then cold again. At about 250 meters, they entered a hollow where the water felt dry. That was the only word they could use. The sensation wasn't wetness, but something else entirely, as though they had passed through the edge of a different ocean. The hollow was filled with softly flickering ribbons of light, hanging mid-water like eels without form. They moved with intent. When one brushed a diver's helmet, he heard music, a clear violin note held too long, vibrating not in his ears, but inside his chest. The team resurfaced shaken, but one diver didn't return. His rope was intact, but it was rising out of the water with a tension that suggested upward drag, like something pulling from above the surface. But there was nothing above them, only sky and silence. They cut the rope. Later that evening, the ship's bilge began to overflow, despite no damage to the hull. The water inside glowed slightly, and when tested, was found to have identical chemical properties to human cerebrospinal fluid, salted differently from seawater, yet impossible in such volume. In the following days, the ship's navigator began to draw spirals on every page of the logbook, accompanied by strange annotations. The current is not water. The void is not empty. We floated through memory, not sea. They returned to port, their maps useless and their minds unsettled. The voyage was marked as a failure, the findings dismissed. But the first mate, who later took his own life, left behind one final sketch tucked beneath his mattress. A hollow human torso with no heart, no lungs, only swirling black water, and small illuminated fish nesting inside the ribcage. In the chill of February 1901, a steam-powered trawler, called Elking's Wake, was returning from the Labrador Sea when it encountered what was later described as an underwater canyon that breathed. The crew had strayed slightly off course due to a malfunctioning sextant, and in seeking safer waters, passed over what appeared to be a sunken valley, dark and ridged, with sharply tiered ledges. Their sonar-like depth chain, a crude innovation at the time, refused to settle. It measured the depth as changing every few seconds, rising and falling by hundreds of meters, as if the ocean floor were moving in slow, deliberate gasps. Though the surface sea remained mirror-still, the ship's hull groaned with irregular pulls and strange interior echoes. It wasn't until the cook claimed to hear whispering through the ship's oven pipe that the crew took the anomaly seriously. On the second night, phosphorescent streams began to rise up from the black water, like fingers, slow drifting ropes of glowing material that never reached the surface, but seemed to probe the underside of the vessel. Nets were lowered for samples, but brought up nothing tangible, only water that shimmered with microscopic pinpoints of light, each blinking in a different rhythm. When viewed in total darkness, the samples aligned in complex grids, as though attempting to form characters or language. A naturalist aboard noted the possibility of a new form of planktonic intelligence, yet his notes took a darker turn within 2 days. He wrote about dreams, narratives of ancient creatures buried alive, of cities built from woven kelp and filled with airless music, where memory itself was a current that flowed backwards. The trawler's rudder jammed on the 4th day. Divers sent to inspect it found that the metal had not been damaged, but rather melted, a clean cut, edges softened like wax. Just below they discovered an open cavern, stretching into the abyss, emitting slow bubbles of air too warm for the surrounding pressure. They filmed none of it, but when one diver surfaced, he held something in his fist, a single gold coin covered in coral, stamped with the likeness of a woman whose eyes were absent and mouth sewn shut. No origin could be traced. He refused to explain where he'd found it, claiming only he was left for me, like bait. When the ship fled, the currents pulled harder, attempting to drag it backward toward the trench. In one final surge, the engine failed, and the ship stalled, suspended as if by invisible threads. Then all at once, it was free, the water beneath them collapsing inward like a lung exhaling, followed by a deep thud no one aboard could explain. Once back in safe harbour, every wooden part of the hull that had touched the trench had turned brittle, and the ship's compass now spun permanently, ignoring magnetic north. The naturalist vanished 2 weeks later. In his apartment, they found only a bath filled with sea water, and his final entry, etched into the tiles. Currents are the ocean's thoughts, some think only of hunger. In 1902, an Italian exploratory vessel known as Santa Regina ventured south of the Azores to investigate a whisper among sea captains of a warm line that ran hundreds of kilometers long, a narrow underwater stream said to exist within colder currents. The phenomena had been recorded in weather logs by Portuguese sailors for over 2 decades, but never studied directly. As Santa Regina neared the coordinates, the temperature rose sharply, not at the surface but from beneath, where the sea took on a murky hue darker than ink, pulsing like liquid smoke. This stream ran straight as a blade's edge and cut through the water with such clarity that schools of fish avoided it entirely. The crew sent down a weighted sampling rig, which emerged with a strange consistency, a clear, oil-like liquid that resisted mixing with seawater, hovering instead on top like an unnatural lens. When examined under magnification, the fluid revealed microscopic hexagonal cells, pulsating slowly, almost breathing, with no trace of DNA or cellular nuclei. Curious and cautious, the crew lowered an experimental observation cage, manned by 2 divers to investigate the source of this anomalous band. What they found was not a stream but a fissure, an impossibly thin crack in the sea itself, where water flowed in opposite directions at once. The temperature dropped to freezing, then suddenly climbed to searing, then cold again, in pulses that seemed to match the divers' heartbeats. The fissure wasn't geological, and the walls weren't rock, they were smooth, curving gently like bone, and the water there whispered. Through the comm system, the surface crew heard what sounded like lullabies sung in a language older than Latin, impossibly soft yet echoing clearly. One diver panicked, claiming something had brushed his cheek. The other reported seeing rows of teeth not in a mouth, but lining the walls themselves, grinning ridges that tightened and flexed with every pulse of the current. They demanded to be pulled up. Only one returned. The remaining diver was never seen again, his tether ascending cleanly, uncoiled, with no strain. In his stead rose a thin membrane, tangled in the rope, glistening and pinkish. It appeared to be lung tissue, intact, complete, but far too large for a human and still breathing when it reached the surface. They sealed it in a jar, but within hours it dissolved into salt. The remaining diver, upon regaining consciousness, could only repeat a single phrase. It saw me, it waited, it knew I'd come. He never dove again, and died in his sleep a year later, his lungs filled with a gelatinous substance bearing the same hexagonal patterns as the strange stream. The fissure? It no longer appears on modern sonar, but certain deep-sea shipping lanes are still rerouted around that stretch, not for safety, but because ships that pass through begin to hum at night, the same song the diver described, soft, sweet, always calling something home. By the close of 1905, French oceanographer Henri Vallon led an ambitious deep-sea current tracing experiment along the western edge of the Sargasso Sea, a region already cloaked in maritime dread due to its windless swells and drifting graveyards of algae-choked wrecks. Vallon believed he had discovered a circular current beneath the surface gyre, one that reversed direction every 23 days with unnatural precision. His vessel, L'Écume Noire, was rigged with weighted current trackers, delicate copper-framed contraptions fitted with scrolls of inked vellum. They were to be deployed at set intervals to map the hidden flow of what he called La Spirale Fantôme, the phantom spiral. Only 2 days into the mission, the crew noticed that no matter where they dropped the trackers, the devices returned with the exact same ink pattern, a spiral converging inward toward a central void, surrounded by jagged glyphs that none recognized. Vallon believed it to be a printing error until he opened an unused scroll, only to find the spiral already imprinted on it, faintly, as if burned in from memory rather than pressure. The water in this region began to behave strangely. Bubbles from the crew's breaths did not ascend in straight lines. They curved and twisted, forming lazy dancing figure eights. The hull creaked with a strange rhythm, not the usual strain of pressure, but a slow knocking, like a pulse. Instruments refused to stabilize. At night, the sea around the vessel shimmered with false reflections, stars that blinked below the surface, mirroring the sky, but shifted slightly out of sync, as if the ocean carried a memory of constellations long since changed. The crew began to experience blackouts. Men would vanish for minutes, then return soaked and dazed, claiming to have simply walked across the deck, but their footprints, still wet, always came from the edge of the ship, as if they'd stepped aboard from the sea itself. Valen pressed on. He believed the current was a passageway, a cyclical siphon pulling matter and memory into an unknown chamber below the Earth's crust. When he ordered the final tracker dropped into what his readings called the eye, the device never returned. Instead, a warm-up draft surged from the depths, followed by a glimmering sheet of water that coated the deck like rain in reverse. It did not soak, it did not dry, it simply stayed, and shimmered like mercury. That night, the sea turned silent. No creaks, no waves, no life, just breathless hush. The crew gathered on the deck as the ocean beneath them began to split, not erupt, but open. A gap stretched slowly outward beneath the ship, revealing not land, not rock, but a perfect mirror, reflecting none of them, only an empty deck, gently rocking. The mirror extended farther and farther, until it spanned the entire horizon, and in that perfect abyssal stillness, something moved below it, an outline vast and coiled, blinking only once. By morning the rift had closed, the ocean returned to its mild chaos, but the spiral, the phantom spiral, it now adorned the eyes of every man aboard. Spiral pupils etched in gold, seen only in darkness. Valen vanished a year later, during a solo expedition, leaving behind one final note. The current did not carry us, it watched us drift. In the damp spring of 1900, a copper miner turned amateur naturalist, named Dr. Archibald Reeves, stumbled upon an oceanic deposit that would confound paleontologists for generations, though few ever spoke of it publicly. While accompanying a British cargo vessel, hauling mineral samples from the coast of South Georgia Island, Reeves convinced the captain to make a detour near a rarely traversed trench, nicknamed El Dormido, the sleeper, so he could dredge up deep-sea sediment for his private fossil archive. What he recovered was no ordinary shale or shell. Instead, Reeves unearthed a collection of fossilized spirals, each no more than the length of a human finger, composed not of calcium or silica, but of tightly coiled strands of compacted organic matter, fused with minute strands of copper. They weren't shaped like ammonites, or trilobites, or any known prehistoric creature. In fact, they weren't shaped like any life at all. Each spiral appeared manufactured. The coils bore surface engravings, symbols so fine they could only be seen when light passed through them from behind, like runes made of tissue. They pulsed faintly under heat. Reeves, driven by obsession, and plagued by what he called dreams of inhaling the sea, documented these coils obsessively, noting how their arrangement mimicked scales, or teeth, or perhaps something more internal, like the ridges of a voice box. One specimen shattered when he tapped it with a microscope slide, and within its husk lay a thin web of threads, translucent, nerve-like, twitching faintly, as if protesting their release from the fossil's embrace. Reeves claimed to have smelled salt and roses when it broke. Word of his discovery reached a London institute, which offered to purchase the entire collection. But before the transaction could occur, the cargo ship, carrying the samples, sank in the mid-Atlantic, its distress call interrupted by a shrieking wail that coastal stations mistook for a short-wave error. Reeves, who had kept only 3 pieces for himself, began to suffer from auditory hallucinations, low murmurs in languages he could not place, speaking from walls, from puddles, from the thin gaps in closed drawers. In his final journal entry, he wrote, "They were not fossils, they were seeds." The page below was covered with dozens of hand-drawn spirals, each one subtly different, some resembling ears, others eyes, and one, the last, looked distinctly like a human lung. After Reeves vanished, his home was searched, and in his study, investigators found a series of copper wires woven into the carpet like veins. Beneath the floorboards was a shallow dish filled with seawater, and the 3 remaining coils, which despite being removed from the ocean months before, had begun to hum, a low, pulsing vibration only detectable by placing one's ear directly over them. The bowl cracked shortly after, and the coils unraveled on their own, stretching into lines that spelled no words, but bled ink into the wood, forming a single shape, a spiral, open at the edge, as though something had finally left it. A forgotten 1908 expedition, led by Russian geologist Ludmila Ozerova, ventured to the southern reaches of the Pacific, where volcanic ridges often birthed strange mineral forms, brittle glass spires that shimmered with unnatural colors and coral-like formations with iron cores. Ozerova's team, funded secretly by a Tsarist scientific society, was in search of rumored living rocks, a sailor's tale of seabed fossils that changed position overnight. She dismissed the legend as delirium until her trawling net, dragged 3,000 meters below near the Tonga Trench, recovered something that shouldn't have existed in any recorded epoch. A cluster of fossilized vertebrae arranged in an arching crescent, yet unconnected to any visible spine. These bones were unlike any vertebrate known to science. They were not segmented, not calcified, not even organic in the traditional sense. When sliced for analysis, each revealed concentric rings of hardened cartilage, coated in microscopic teeth. But teeth for what? No jaw, no skull, no pelvic anchor accompanied the find. Just the bones, spiraled and sharp, preserved in an uncanny freshness, like they had never known decay. Some bore tiny embedded spines, which under magnification resembled insect legs, except each bore what looked like pores or auditory chambers, as if they listened through their limbs. Ozerova's notes, translated later, revealed a peculiar observation. The fossils seemed to sweat, not with moisture, but a thin secretion of oil-slick residue, sticky and pungent, smelling not of sea rot or brine, but warm blood and lavender. That night, every compass on the ship spun loose from magnetic north. Clocks reset. Worse, the crew reported phantom rhythms, sensations of heartbeat patterns that weren't their own, pulsing beneath the soles of their boots. One sailor claimed he heard knocking in his teeth. Ozerova placed the bones in lead containers and locked them in the hull, hoping to continue the expedition. But within a day, fish began beaching themselves around the ship, as if fleeing something deep below. No birds flew overhead. The stars grew sparse at night, and once, only once, the ship was rocked by a pulse, not a wave. A push from beneath, deliberate and evenly spaced, like a massive heartbeat passing through the water. When they returned, Ozerova turned her findings over to a university in St. Petersburg. But within months, the bones had vanished from storage. The lid containers remained, sealed and empty. Surveillance photographs captured nothing. The only evidence left behind was a trail of condensation on the floor, forming a curved arc, an impression of something having slithered out. Ozerova later described, in a rare public lecture, her belief that the fossils were not remnants of dead things, but the sleeping parts of something still alive, deep, segmented, and awakening slowly, bone by bone. She was dismissed as a fabulist. Yet in 1910, a vessel passing through the same waters claimed to spot a long pale shape coiling just below the surface. It glowed faintly at dusk, and left behind no wake, only heat, felt in the air, and the unmistakable scent of lavender oil. In 1906, off the windswept coast of Tierra del Fuego, a Chilean maritime crew dredging for manganese deposits stumbled upon what they believed was a petrified whale skull embedded in a jagged, obsidian black formation. It was unlike any cetacean they had seen, twice the expected size, yet bearing no eye sockets, no nasal cavity, and no symmetry typical of known marine mammals. The structure was too smooth, too intentional, Within its contours were etched deep channels that ran in perfect spirals, and within those spirals were fine rows of tiny fossilized hooks that glittered faintly under moonlight, as though once soaked in bioluminescent oil. The skull hummed when touched, not metaphorically, but physically, vibrating at an almost imperceptible frequency that seemed to travel up the fingers, bypassing sound, and arriving somewhere in the mind. Several crewmen experienced vertigo, then an uncanny sensation of remembering something they had never seen before. Vaulted caverns filled with mirrors made of frozen air, populated by creatures that whispered in silence. The structure was winched aboard and sealed in a crate for transport to Valparaiso. But during the return voyage, the ship encountered a sudden pressure drop. No storm, no seismic event, just a void that tugged at their bearings. The sea around them formed a ring of frothless motion, like water being stirred from beneath. During this moment, the skull's humming intensified. One sailor reported bleeding from his left nostril, another collapsed, clutching his chest, whispering, "It's trying to remember itself." That night, several crates burst from their lashings, but none had moved with such force as the one containing the fossil. It had splintered open from within. The skull was gone. In its place was only a smear of black residue, and a cluster of fine hair-like spines clinging to the wood grain, each one tipped with a mineralized droplet resembling petrified tears. The incident was deemed too bizarre to report formally, and the logbook makes a cold attempt to rationalize it. Crate lost in rough handling, no artifact recovered. But in a personal letter penned by the ship's quartermaster, later found decades later, in a box of estate auction papers, a different story emerged. He wrote, "The sea knew it wasn't dead. It came for it, like pulling a tooth from the world. He never sailed again." Scientists from the Universidad de Chile attempted to trace the coordinates of the find, but every expedition ended prematurely: weather, mutiny, navigational failure. Some say the site no longer exists on modern sonar, that it was swallowed, not by tectonic action, but by something that did not want to be mapped. And to this day, in the Valparaiso Maritime Archive, there remains a sealed, unsigned letter, marked only with the words, "Do not pull bones from a sleeping throat." Inside is a sketch of the fossil, but in the drawing, the hooks have been rearranged. They form a mouth, open. In the closing winter of 1909, aboard a Scandinavian survey ship named Vaxo, a crew performing subglacial echo tests near Jan Mayen Island recovered what they first mistook for an elongated stalactite. Lodged within the ocean floor, its smooth, almost ivory-like texture and helical ridges resembling a mineral growth rather than bone. But when exposed to air, the object began to soften subtly, and its surface grew slightly translucent, revealing dozens of internal chambers that swirled in an impossible geometry, like a spiral staircase, looping back into itself. It pulsed faintly, not like a heart, but like breath through a flute, each chamber glowing pale amber in sequence, as though exhaling memory. Though the structure bore no carbon signature, the ship's lead biologist insisted it was not a rock, but a record. He compared its form to the cochlea of the human ear, only scaled by an order of magnitude. When the crew brought it inside the lab for study, condensation began forming on the interior windows, despite the room being heated. This fog wasn't random, however. It gathered and pulled into long swirls, like smoke seeking a shape. Within hours, messages began to appear on the fogged glass, always the same phrase, "You are not the first to listen." When the object was placed under a phonograph stylus, not to play, but merely to test its grooves, the machine began to turn on its own. It produced no sound, only vibration. Overnight, crew members reported experiencing bizarre auditory hallucinations. The sound of creaking ships that weren't there, the muffled sobs of children, deep groans from below the floorboards, and more terrifying, a persistent whisper that many claimed was in their own voice. One man begged to throw the object overboard, another refused to sleep, convinced that each time he drifted off, he returned not to his own body, but to the bones of something buried deep beneath sediment, feeling pressure, tasting salt, knowing its own name had been spoken aloud once again. The captain, alarmed by the disarray, ordered the object locked inside the ship's vault, a pressure-sealed chamber meant for volatile cargo. But before the vault could be sealed, the coil cracked. It didn't break apart. No, it peeled. A single sliver unraveled from the spiral, curling outward like a blooming leaf. The sliver fell to the floor and shattered. Inside was a fossilized structure, 3 perfectly formed human teeth, molars, rooted to nothing, but fused together by petrified gum, as if torn from a mouth that had never belonged to any creature on Earth. The sliver was destroyed immediately, but the main coil was lost in a fire that consumed the stern of the ship later that week. No cause was determined, and no crew member was injured. Yet one account claims the fire alarm rang not as a bell, but as a low melodic hum, the same hum they had heard under the stylus, a farewell or a warning. The voyage was never repeated, and in a museum in Oslo, buried deep in the archives, lies the captain's personal log. The final page is stained with salt. Written across it, smeared in blackened ink, are the words "We found a fossil, and it heard us first." In the desolate waters north of the Crozet Islands, a French deep-sea mining vessel, Saint Azeli, was commissioned in 1907 to investigate rumored salt dome formations far beneath the ocean floor, structures believed to be rich with brine pools and potential mineral wealth. But what the crew encountered instead was something entirely other, a vast submerged cavern formed not from rock or coral, but from glistening salt, arched and ribbed like a cathedral, sculpted by unseen hands, walls shimmering like crystal, too symmetrical to be natural. The discovery was made by accident, when a diving bell tethered to the ship slipped through a fissure in the ocean floor and was drawn downward, not by gravity, but a slow, deliberate current, as though being welcomed. Inside the cavern, the bell's small viewport revealed towering columns of solid salt that rose from below like frozen lightning strikes. Between them, faint lights danced, at first mistaken for bioluminescent plankton, but as they drifted closer, the lights began to align, rows, arcs, formations reminiscent of pews. The pilot, a man named Jules Ferrand, reported seeing figures seated along the salted benches, not moving, not floating, just waiting, shrouded in blue light. Each one radiated a cold luminescence that flickered only when looked at directly, and their shapes, humanoid, but wrong, appeared to shift with the viewer's gaze. Long limbs, collapsed torsos, eyeless faces, yet all bowed forward, facing the far end of the cavern where a massive vertical salt formation stood like an altar, cracked down the center. From that crack came a deep, pulsating glow that made the entire chamber throb with slow rhythm, like the breath of an old god dreaming. The pilot begged to ascend, but communications had gone silent. The bell continued to drift inward, into what he described as the mouth of a buried hymn. Inside his oxygen mask, the air grew sweet, cloyingly so, like rotting sugar, and a whisper began to resonate in his ears, not in words, but in feeling, like the memory of a lullaby heard in childhood. As he reached for the ascent lever, the lights in the chamber all blinked in perfect unison, casting momentary shadows along the bell's walls. In that instant, he saw the altar had opened. Within it, not relics or bones but an endless spiral staircase descending further into darkness, carved into salt that bled light. Something was rising. The crew hauled the bell up with all haste. Jules emerged half-conscious, soaked in brine, mumbling in monotone about a choir with no mouths. The bell itself was coated in a thin salt film that refused to dissolve, even under flame. Jules never spoke again after that day. When his personal effects were returned to his family, among them was a single, palm-sized salt crystal, perfectly shaped like a closed eye, and on the underside, almost too faint to notice, was a set of shallow etchings, letters, Latin, Quae lucem celet, he who hides the light. In the spring of 1903, a Norwegian research cutter named Monofisk sailed into an uncharted fogbank off the coast of Bouvet Island. The crew, under the direction of maritime astronomer Einar Solheim, had been mapping celestial reflections over calm water, a technique meant to calculate subtle tidal changes using starlight and glass plates. But as they entered the thick, bitter mist, all celestial points vanished. No stars, no moon, only lightless vapor that coiled low across the water, so dense it blanketed their lamps and lanterns like wet wool. Then, without warning, the sea beneath them began to glow. It started as a faint halo under the hull, cold, white blue, steady. Within minutes, it expanded outward, forming an enormous circle, almost too perfect, ringed by tiny blinking motes that pulsed like synchronized fireflies. The fog overhead didn't lift, it thickened, but within the ring, the air became still, reverent, silent in a way that felt inhabited. Solheim ordered soundings, but the lines returned inconsistent results, sometimes showing bottomless depths, other times hard resistance at only 50 feet. At the center of the glow, beneath the keel, lay a patch of water so still it appeared frozen. There, the lights began to rise, not creatures, not fish, but structures, thin, vertical, shimmering rods of white flame, like glowing reeds of salt light ascending from the deep. Dozens of them, each 2 meters tall, drifting upward with absolute calm. They stopped inches from the surface and remained there, upright, unanchored. When the crew reached out to touch them with a weighted pole, the lights gently recoiled, not like objects, but like something aware. A second later, a sound rippled across the deck, not a crack or splash, but a bell, soft, distant, resonant. Then another, and another, each ring accompanied by a brief darkening of one of the rods, as if being struck by an unseen mallet. Solheim, ever the scientist, attempted to record the tones on wax cylinder, but when played back, the sounds were not bells, they were voices, hundreds of them, layered, speaking in ancient Norse. The words weren't conversations, but names, repeated. Some were names of the crew, others were names they didn't recognize. One was Solheim's mother, long dead. When the wax cylinder was played again later, all the voices had vanished, replaced by a low rhythmic static that made listeners feel as if they were falling upward. The rods of light remained visible for 1 hour. Then, in complete silence, they descended, not sinking, but being pulled, down into a point of light that narrowed like a pupil, then blinked shut. The fog dispersed, the stars returned, but the water beneath Monofisk had changed. It now shimmered faintly with no apparent light source, and the wood of the hull beneath the waterline turned pale and dry, as if it had been salted from within. Solheim left the sea forever. He sealed his research and vanished into obscurity. But decades later, his granddaughter uncovered a single remaining wax scroll, labeled Luzet's Gravkapelle, the Light's Chapel. When played, it did not produce voices or bells, only the slow, unmistakable sound of someone breathing, deeply, rhythmically, underwater. The year was 1901, when the Dutch salvage steamer De Vergoelde Walvish, the Gilded Whale, set out to retrieve gold rumoured to be buried in the wreckage of a 17th century vessel, thought to have sunk near the Walvis Ridge. What they found instead was a graveyard of unfamiliar hulls, all positioned in perfect formation, their bows aimed toward a central basin, roughly 900 meters wide, and so deep their crude sonar gave up, and began to pulse erratically, as if choking on the pressure. Some of the ships were modern, others older than the Dutch East India Company, yet none were registered in any naval archive. Their masts had been stripped, flags erased, and their timbers bore no signs of barnacle or time. They had not rotted, they had rested. When divers descended to investigate, they discovered the ships were not embedded in sediment as expected. Instead, they floated, held in place by long strands of something almost transparent, coiling downward into the basin like tendrils of glass. These threads glowed when disturbed, not bright, but with a gentle morning hue, like the flame of a candle behind thick fog. One diver dared to follow the glow deeper. What he saw was a single structure rising from the basin's center, a crystalline tower of salt, sheer and delicate, formed like a tapering spire. It pulsed softly, shedding flakes of frozen brine, and around it hung hundreds of lights, orb-shaped, faintly humming, slowly orbiting the spire like mourners pacing a crypt. The diver rose screaming. He was hoisted out in silence, his mouth full of seawater, his hands trembling. He refused to speak for hours, then finally whispered, "The ships are not sunk, they were summoned." He described the tower not as architecture, but as an instrument, and those lights, not fish, not gas, but eyes, unblinking, staring up, watching, not with malice or hunger, but expectation. He claimed they were waiting for one more ship. "Us," he said. "They've made room for us." The crew panicked. The captain ordered the mission aborted, and the engines fired. But as the steamer began to pull away, the water beneath churned, not violently, but with slow undulation, as though something below was adjusting its weight. The glow from the spire dimmed. One by one, the lights surrounding it sank into the dark, vanishing like extinguished stars. In their place, soft tones began to echo from the basin, like a hymn sung from a cavern of glass. The sound vibrated through the hull, not shaking it but calming it, as if lulling it into stillness. The ship escaped, but the voyage was kept quiet. Most of the crew abandoned the sea life entirely. In the decades that followed, occasional sonar sweeps would pick up unnatural readings in the same location. Hexagonal salt structures, light signatures where no light should be, echoes that returned with inverted waveforms, audible fingerprints of something listening, something remembering. No official salvage has been sent since, and yet, in a coastal bar in Rotterdam, an old brass compass hangs above the counter. Its needle doesn't point north. It points to a place not on any map, marked only with salt rings burned into the wood beneath it. In late 1902, a German submarine prototype, known as Unterlicht I, designed for deep-sea geological surveys, conducted a final test off the west coast of Namibia, where ancient seafloor scars hinted at tectonic violence long gone dormant. The crew, a minimal team of 4 engineers and 1 marine geographer, descended in silence. They expected rock strata, basalt formations, and perhaps evidence of ancient vents. What they encountered instead was an opening, neither cave nor crater, but an oval chasm in the seafloor, rimmed with symmetrical notches, almost decorative. When they adjusted their floodlights toward it, the light didn't reflect, it was absorbed. Their instruments detected neither slope nor incline. It simply went down, like a throat. Curiosity gave way to recklessness. They entered. The walls of the chasm were lined with structures that defied classification. Thin lattices of crystallized salt stretched outward like balconies of some submerged cathedral, each one etched with radial patterns that glowed faintly when touched by the sub's external lights. The patterns didn't repeat. They evolved. One crew member noticed they pulsed to the same rhythm as his heartbeat. Another swore they rearranged themselves when he blinked, as if reacting to observation. And far below, in what should have been the lightless bottom, was a glow, steady, unwavering, blue like gas flame beneath pressure. They descended further. At the base of the chamber stood an obelisk of salt glass, taller than the submarine itself, floating slightly above the seafloor. It cast no shadow. All sound within the sub ceased. Even the engines fell silent, though still running. Then, a voice not heard but felt, entered the minds of each crew member, saying not in words but in impressions, "You have arrived again." They had never been there before, yet every man claimed to recognize the structure. Some wept. One began praying in a forgotten dialect. The youngest crewman attempted to open the hatch. He screamed that he was not in water, but in a womb, and that the cathedral was about to give birth. They restrained him. The pilot reversed ascent. As they rose, the lights lining the lattice darkened, one by one, until only the base of the chamber glowed. But it did not remain silent. Through the sub's reinforced hull came a slow vibration, like a choral resonance so deep it shook thoughts loose. The geographer lost consciousness. When he awoke, he began to speak in spirals, writing not in lines but curling ink along the margins of his journal, forming patterns like nautilus shells and snails. What he wrote made no sense, until, under ultraviolet light, the ink glowed. It was coordinates. Coordinates that led not to any ocean, but to a dry salt basin in Kazakhstan. And beneath it, according to seismic scans taken nearly a century later, was a void the same shape and depth as the Namibian chasm, Two salt cathedrals, thousands of miles apart, identical, breathing. The unterlicht eye was dismantled after surfacing. The engineer who gave the order never returned to sea. In his final report, scribbled across the blueprint of the submarine's frame, were only 4 words, not made for pressure. Watch. In the late summer of 1904, the steamship Irenia, a Swedish weather observation vessel, charting the South Atlantic convergence zone, came to a complete halt over a stretch of water so flat and so dark, it resembled a mirror smeared in ash. The sea had been calm for days, but this patch was beyond calm. It was motionless, as if the wind had forgotten it existed. That night, under a moonless sky, a crewman peering over the rail gasped. The water below wasn't just still, it was filled with eyes, hundreds of them, not shining with light, but reflecting it perfectly, round, unblinking, and wide-set, staring upward from beneath the surface, like buttons sewn into the skin of the ocean itself. The crew assumed they were bioluminescent fish, but when they lowered a net, just a few meters deep, it returned dry. No resistance, no catch, not even waterlogged rope. As if it had been dropped through air, a diver was dispatched in daylight. He entered water that felt wrong, not cold, not warm, but dense, like wading through fog. He saw them again, not fish, but bodies, long eel-like things, stretched thin like silk, floating vertically, without movement, without breath. They made no effort to swim, they simply hung there, like kelp stalks or old ropes, but their eyes tracked his descent, slowly, patiently, not out of fear, but familiarity. One drifted closer. It had no gills, its mouth was small, lipless, and sealed. It bore no markings, except a spiraling groove etched around its neck, like a lock waiting for a key. The diver surfaced screaming. He claimed the creatures were not alive in the way we understood. They are memory, he said. They're waiting for something to remember them. The captain ordered the ship moved, but it would not budge. The engines ran, the sails caught wind, but the Irenia remained still, tethered to nothing. Only when the moon rose again, thinner now, barely a sliver, did the ship lurch free, gliding as though released from an invisible hand. Later that month, the crew learned something deeply unsettling. Their chronometers had lost 2 full days, not malfunctioned, lost. The logs were blank. Food that had been fresh was now spoiled, and photographs taken during that time showed smudges, vague pale figures, hovering near the deck's edge. In every image, the horizon curved unnaturally, as if the sea had bent to observe the crew in return. The ship's navigator quit soon after, claiming his dreams were now silent and black. "They don't swim," he whispered, "because they've already arrived." He never returned to sea, and from that voyage on, no ship passing through that sector of the South Atlantic would report it plainly. Instead, they'd mark it in red ink on the map with a single word: stillness. In the chill dawn of 1900, a Japanese trawler named Tomei Maru sailed north of the Kuril Islands in search of squid-rich waters, known only to a lineage of aging fishermen. The crew, made up of seasoned mariners from Shikoku, had inherited a tale passed down for generations. A story not of bounty, but of warning. There was said to be a zone called Mukizu no Umi, or the sea without wounds, where nets returned unbroken, but empty, where no fish struggled, no seabird circled, and no predator ever patrolled. It was a place, they said, where even currents refused to move, and where the sea birthed no storms, only silence. The Tomei Maru entered that calm under a slate-colored sky, with waves so gentle they looked painted in place. It was there that they saw them, hundreds of pale forms drifting just beneath the surface, not swimming, not dead, suspended in impossible stillness. At first glance they resembled jellyfish, but too symmetrical, shaped like lanterns turned upside down, with long root-like threads hanging down and coiling faintly when approached. Their bodies had no visible organs, but they reflected nothing. No light shimmered on them. They were not translucent, they were vacant. One was lifted aboard using a bamboo harness. Its skin was smooth, but not slick, dry, papery, yet cold to the touch. It bore 3 horizontal slits across its face, none resembling eyes or mouth. When turned over, the crew found tiny black spines lining its underside, each no larger than a grain of rice. These spines shifted, turning toward the fingers that touched them, as if tasting. The creature made no noise, yet the deck began to hum, gently at first, then rhythmically, in pulses of 4. A deckhand, barely 20, collapsed, nose bleeding, whispering only, "It's counting us." The captain gave the order to return it to the sea, but it did not sink. It hovered at the surface, even as the ship sailed on, following silently for 3 days, never closer, never farther, always within sight. At night, it glowed faintly, casting a soft pale light upward, illuminating only its own shape. The crew began hearing sounds, not spoken words, but echoes, memories of past voyages, family voices long gone, childhood lullabies sung in the wrong pitch. One man threw himself overboard to escape it. His body was never recovered, but the creature vanished the following morning. When they finally left the zone, the fog rolled in thick, and the wind returned. Birds reappeared, fish jumped again, life had resumed. But back in port, photographs developed from the journey revealed something none remembered seeing. In the background of every group photo, by the mast, the rails, the nets, was a shadowy lantern-shaped form, sometimes above, sometimes behind, and in the logbook, on a page no one recalled writing, were 4 words written in perfect brushstroke: "We were always here." In the fading summer of 1907, a British naval acoustic research team, aboard the HMS Garraway, deployed early sonar prototypes into the frigid waters west of the Faroe Islands. Their goal was simple: to measure how sound traveled at varying depths, but what they captured was not scientific data. It was song, not whale song, nor the haunting clicks of squid. This was structured, harmonic, composed. The echoes returned, not in random pings, but in deliberate scales, rising and falling like a dirge, played through stone pipes. The operators dismissed it at first, assuming equipment error, or bleed from their own broadcast signal. But then the song changed, reacting to their frequencies, forming counter-melodies in real time. It was not an echo, it was a reply. They traced the source to a silent trench, one not on any of their British Admiralty charts, carved like a wound into the seabed. When a camera rig was lowered, it captured an image that would haunt the crew for decades. Long-bodied entities suspended vertically in the water, like stalks of kelp, but entirely too symmetrical. Each figure was wrapped in translucent filaments, not for feeding or locomotion, but seemingly to hold them in place. Their forms were humanoid only in silhouette, limbs long and straight, heads too narrow, torsos ribbed with pale spirals. Their skin appeared neither flesh nor scale, but something in between, a membranous sheet tight across something internal that glowed in pulses too slow to track. Most unsettlingly, they did not move, not once. Even as deep water currents shifted around them, they remained anchored in invisible stillness. When the footage was reviewed that night, a low-frequency hum began to emanate from the camera housing. The humming matched no engine noise, no atmospheric interference. It aligned perfectly with the pitch of human blood flow through the ear canal, a resonance that made even calm listeners sweat and sway. One officer fainted, another began to cry softly, though he couldn't say why. Over the next 72 hours, 3 men jumped overboard. 2 were recovered, babbling incoherently about choruses without mouths, and the cold singers who only rise when silence forgets itself. The last never returned. In desperation, the crew fired sonar bursts directly into the trench, in an attempt to scatter whatever lay below. But instead of scattering, the signal returned layered, denser than before, folding over itself in impossible harmonics. And then, the vertical forms began to shift, not rise, not swim, but tilt, slowly, deliberately, as though acknowledging their observers for the first time. The creatures did not rise, did not reach. They simply turned to face the surface, and stayed that way. The HMS Garraway departed immediately, sealing their equipment in lead crates. The footage was archived under naval secrecy for decades, and later destroyed in a fire of unknown origin. But in the private journal of one surviving crewman, buried in a London bookstore long after his death, was one last entry: "They do not move, because they do not need to. The ocean sings for them, and it is always singing. We just weren't listening before." In 1905, aboard the Belgian research schooner Die Schemerline, a team of oceanographers conducted a survey of newly formed submarine ridges near the southern mid-Atlantic rift, an area untouched by charts, so remote that even the stars above appeared slightly unfamiliar. For several nights, the crew reported uneasy dreams: vast halls filled with water, lit from within by a steady blue radiance, and presences that moved without motion, slipping through stone arches without creating ripples. Most dismissed it as cabin fever, but on the fifth night, the sea beneath them turned perfectly flat, not from weather, but from stillness, so complete that even the wake behind the vessel dissolved, and in that moment, something broke the surface. It rose in silence, a shape, thin and smooth, like a sail unfurling without wind. Its body shimmered not with color, but with distortion, like heat rising off ice. It was tall, nearly matching the schooner's mast, and remained vertical, unmoving, staring with what appeared to be no face at all. The sailors froze. No one spoke. Even the ocean held its breath. Then came a sound, not from the creature, but from the planks beneath their boots. A low resonance, as if the ship itself were responding. Below deck, a barrel burst open. Its contents, a collection of glass vials used for water sampling, had shattered from within, not cracked, imploded. At that same moment, the creature tilted its head, slowly, unnervingly, toward the stern, where the ship's compass spun wildly, then stopped dead, pointing not north, but down. The figure began to lower again, not sinking, but folding into itself, as if vanishing between the folds of a page. Where it had stood, the sea did not ripple. It simply returned to stillness, though the surface where it had emerged remained unnaturally cold to the touch for days. The captain, a rational man by all accounts, logged the incident with uncharacteristic brevity. Entity surfaced. No propulsion, no disturbance, observation only. But in the margin, written in finer script, were the words, "We are not in the water, we are in its gaze." In the months that followed, multiple schooners reported flickering shapes in their periphery while navigating near the same rift. They were described not as threats, but as sentinels, watching, always vertical, always still. One vessel, the Albatross II, managed to snap a photograph in 1908. What it captured was blurry, but unmistakable. A single dark form, pillar-like, suspended just beneath the surface, directly beneath the moon, and within its shape, faint lines traced the outline of something ancient, not skeletal, but architectural, like a pillar built before the ocean itself. The photo was suppressed, lost to bureaucracy, but a copy, faded and crumbling, now rests in a sealed drawer of a private maritime collector in Bruges. Beneath it is a note in faded ink: "They are not swimming, they are waiting for the surface to forget that it ever breathed." In 1906, a Portuguese merchant brigantine, named Estrela das Águas, veered far off its trade route after a storm pushed it southeast, well beyond the shipping lanes of the southern Indian Ocean. For 5 uneventful days, the vessel drifted in eerie calm, surrounded by nothing but grey sky and silver sea. On the 6th morning, the lookout spotted something impossible: a harbour. Not a rocky outcrop or reef, but a structured inlet, complete with a breakwater, visible docks, and the skeletal remains of what could only be described as piers, rising out of the ocean like rotted teeth. No land surrounded it. No island supported it. It simply emerged from the water like the fossil of a drowned city, revealed by accident. The captain, stunned but curious, dropped anchor just outside the outermost pylons. The crew launched a rowboat to explore the ruins. As they passed between the first pylons, they realized they were not made of wood or stone, but a black, porous material that absorbed light and left no reflection. Barnacles refused to cling to it. The water within the harbour was unnaturally calm, as if held in a glass bowl, and held a slight golden sheen that shimmered even under cloud. One sailor reached into the water to scoop a sample. He screamed as soon as his hand broke the surface, not from pain, but from numbness, as if all sensation had vanished past his wrist. He claimed the water did not feel like water. It felt like nothing. Further in, the boat drifted toward what appeared to be a mooring post. But as they approached, they saw it bore carvings, not letters, not symbols, but indentations, as if the post had once wrapped around something tall and flexible, something alive. The dock creaked beneath their feet, though there was no wind. And below the planks, in the translucent water, were objects that resembled anchors, but each one had the curvature of a rib cage and the proportions of vertebrae. Fossil anchors, bone weights. As they returned to the ship, the harbour behind them began to fog, not with mist, but with colour. Pale reds, deep purples, like algae stirred into a bloom. Then a sound, low, like a hollow flute played from the bottom of a well. The sea around them began to tilt, not rise, not fall, but lean, as if space itself had grown crooked. The captain fired the engines to pull away. The brigantine groaned and shook violently, but finally broke free of the invisible grip. When they looked back, the harbour was gone. Only ocean remained. No structures, no inlet, no fog, just water, clear and depthless. Back on land, no chart acknowledged such a place. The longitude they recorded now corresponds to featureless abyss. Yet in the ship's log, scribbled beside the coordinates, was one last entry, anchored in memory. Departed without sound, it waits for the tides to remember how to land. In the early winter of 1902, a Danish whaling vessel, named Nordhavn, found itself blown far off course by a cyclone that fractured its mast and scattered half its crew. Limping under makeshift rigging, they drifted toward the South Shetland Trough, where even the seabirds grew silent. There, beneath a sky the colour of lead, the helmsman spotted what looked like a port. Low structures half submerged, jagged rooftops, barely rising above the surf. It was not marked on any map, nor did it resemble any known outpost or wreck. As they approached, they found something even stranger. It was a harbour with no land. Stone causeways extended out from nothing. No island, no shoal, merely rising from beneath the water, forming a perfect horseshoe that cradled the stillest bay they had ever seen. The Nordhavn's remaining crew disembarked with lanterns and tools, hoping to scavenge supplies. The stones beneath their boots were dry, salted not by wind or sun, but by something internal, like the memory of drought. The harbour walls were carved with strange depressions, shallow bowls where rain should have pooled, but did not. No moss grew, no rust flaked from the mooring loops, though they bore signs of recent use. Scrapes, residue, strands of something pale and fibrous, like baleen. At the centre of the harbour stood a tall column made of vitrified sand, glassy smooth, and humming softly when the wind passed it. But there was no wind. One sailor leaned in to inspect the surface, only to collapse moments later, muttering of a city beneath, watching through the cracks. He claimed he had seen buildings under the stone, perfectly preserved avenues laid out beneath a glass floor. Others gathered around, and noticed it too. When the light struck the surface just right, the stones seemed to thin, revealing outlines far below. Structures, stairways, movement. But the movement wasn't fish or sediment. It was architectural. Whole plazas shifting in impossible geometry, rearranging in silence. The sailor said it wasn't a ruin. It's still living. We're walking on the top of its breath. The captain, now fearful, ordered an immediate retreat. Whichever wired an immediate retreat. As they returned to the ship, the harbour began to shift. The causeways slowly submerged, not collapsing, but withdrawing, receding, as though deciding it had shown too much. The water remained flat, no splash, no tide, and when they pulled up anchor, they realized something had marked the hull of the Nordhavn, a long spiral etched in salt crust along the keel, trailing from bow to stern. No one had noticed it before. When they reached port weeks later, the salt spiral was still there. Even after scrubbing, even after painting, the pattern always returned, ghost-like, under every coat. To this day, The salvaged keel plank of the Nordhavn hangs in a maritime museum in Copenhagen. Tourists dismiss the mark as shipworm damage, but those who stare long enough swear they can hear it hum, and sometimes the floor below grows just a little too warm beneath their feet. In the spring of 1908, a British exploratory steamer named St. Edda, tasked with charting anomalies in underwater volcanic ridges, discovered a narrow inlet while skirting the unfrequented edges of the Nazca Plate. The cove was enclosed by dark basalt cliffs and appeared like a gouge in the world itself, its opening just wide enough for a single ship to enter. Against protocol, the captain navigated inside, driven by a strange combination of dread and obligation, as though something had been waiting for them. As they entered, the depth gauges fluctuated violently, dropping from hundreds of meters to zero and back again in seconds. It was as if the harbour beneath them were deciding how deep it wished to be. The walls of the cove were strange, sliced in long, even planes, like the inside of a bell, and then the water shifted colour. Not a subtle hue, but a distinct green-gold sheen, almost metallic, refracting the cliff faces in long warped lines. Floating on this mirrored surface were hundreds of jet-black buoys, tethered by nothing, small, domed and made of some smooth obsidian-like material. They were too uniform to be driftwood, too polished to be natural. The crew attempted to net one, but the moment contact was made, the water around the vessel convulsed, not violently, but as though a great breath had been drawn beneath the ship. Suddenly, everything stopped. The sound of the sea ceased, the gulls vanished, and from within the cliffs, low mechanical creaks echoed, not like machines, but like stone remembering how to move. The buoys began to rotate slowly, spinning in unison. The water darkened. The crew panicked, reversed engines and backed the St. Edda out of the inlet. But as they emerged, they realized the entry no longer existed. The cove had closed, not with rock or landfall, but with a seamless curtain of seawater, held vertical and still, like a mirror turned inward. They marked the location on every chart they could, but on future expeditions, the inlet was gone. Worse, the depth there was now impossible, thousands of meters deep, where the seabed should have been only hundreds. Echo soundings failed, sonar returned only static or silence, and ships that passed near the location began reporting strange electrical malfunctions, compasses spinning, lights dimming, sudden drops in pressure. None could locate the cove again, none but one. In 1921, an oceanographic team from Spain passed the same stretch and discovered, floating in that very spot, a single small object, a black featureless buoys. Beneath it, perfectly preserved, was the St. Edda's nameplate, pried from its hull like a calling card. No debris, no wreck, just the plate. It wasn't corroded, it wasn't even wet. In the Maritime Museum of La Coruna, that plate still sits behind glass. It is always cold, it fogs up windows from the inside, and behind it, pressed faintly into the velvet lining of the case, is a shape that was never carved, never glued, just there, the outline of a harbour, with no land to support it. In 1901, a French expeditionary schooner, named Leviathans, documented what would become one of the most peculiar nautical events of the decade. Drifting south of the Solomon Islands, the vessel entered a currentless zone where the sky and sea mirrored one another so perfectly that the horizon seemed to vanish. The crew reported that birds refused to cross above the ship, and all sound, waves, breeze, even the creak of the ship's own boards, diminished until only breath remained. Then, from nowhere, a beacon appeared. Not a lighthouse, not a flare, but a glowing pillar of faint yellow light, fixed above the ocean's surface, slowly rotating like a searchlight, aimed at the stars. There was no beam, only the column. The schooner followed. Hours later, they arrived at a harbour suspended in the water, not built atop it, nor dug into land, suspended. A ring of ancient barnacled archways floated inches above the sea, each dripping brine yet unmoving, as if hung from invisible chains. Beneath the arches, the sea did not move. It held a port that existed only downward. Their scopes revealed dozens, maybe hundreds of staircases carved into the water itself, spiraling below like frozen whirlpools, impossibly still. Each stair was wet, slick with salt, yet did not disintegrate. No diver could descend. Ropes fell slack after a few meters, as though being gently laid down. Light refused to follow. The captain, after 3 days of orbiting this impossible formation, made the decision to inscribe a marker buoy and leave. He cast it into the sea near the edge of the arches. It vanished instantly, not sinking, not drifting, but ceasing. Moments later, the arches began to dim, one by one. The final arch, taller than the others, and ornately eroded, cracked down the center, and folded inward, like a shutter. The water beneath it did not splash or collapse. It smoothed itself over, seamless, as though the port had simply unimagined itself. But Levea did not return unchanged. Upon docking in Numia, 2 weeks later, the ship's hull showed no marine growth, no algae, no salt stain. It was as if it had never touched water, and inside one of the crew's supply barrels, untouched since before their voyage, lay an unfamiliar item. A coil of rope made from a material resembling both seaweed and silk, tightly woven and damp to the touch, though the barrel was dry. Embedded in its fibers were small white discs, each etched with what appeared to be a map, not of land, not of stars, but of ports, ports that curled endlessly inward. Harbor after harbor, each smaller than the last, each pointing toward a central spiral. The rope now resides in a private collection in Marseille. Attempts to carbon date it fail. Machines return errors, or worse, nonsense. But when the room goes quiet, some visitors swear they can smell the sea. Not brine, not salt, but something older. The scent of a dock where ships come to rest, not after a journey, but before one. In the deep winter of 1903, the Russian cargo steamer Oryolskaya was rerouted by Imperial Command to investigate a navigational hazard off the Siberian Pacific coast, an area marked on one confidential naval chart as Chernaya Polka, or the Black Shelf. The crew expected ice flows, perhaps volcanic interference, but found instead an endless stretch of shallow shelf, plunging abruptly into a drop-off, so sheer it resembled a wound in the world, a vertical wall of seafloor, hundreds of meters tall, with no ledge, no sediment, only black, gleaming stone. It was from that darkness that the lanterns began to appear, not actual lanterns. No flame could survive that deep, but lights, spherical, amber-hued, each one swinging gently in the current, as if hung from unseen masts. They moved slowly, gracefully, like fishing trawlers gliding over a calm midnight harbor. Yet there were no vessels, no shadows, only the lights. The crew counted 9 at first, then more, 12, then 20, arsing across the trench, following a curved path along the black cliff. They maintained perfect intervals. When the steamer attempted to signal with Morse lamp, the lights paused, and then, one by one, they replied. But it wasn't Morse code, it was older, a rhythmic flickering that matched no known language, but repeated in strict cycles, with pauses exactly 21 seconds apart. The bosun, a former monastery scribe, claimed the pulses resembled monastic tolls from a liturgical calendar, the kind used to mark funeral processions. Another sailor insisted the lights weren't trawlers, but processional lanterns, guiding something unseen through the depths. That night, the ship's lights dimmed of their own accord. Their oil lamps flickered with no wind, and outside, the glowing orbs drew closer, not quickly, not aggressively, but inevitably, like mourners gathering at the threshold. At 3:17 a.m., a fog rose, not above the sea, but from within it. The water steamed in silence, and the trench began to echo, not a sound, but the feeling of sound, pressure, weight. The hull groaned. Inside, ink pots shattered. The ship's dogs howled in unison, and beneath the ship, sonar equipment, primitive but functional, picked up a pulse, not from the lights, but from something beneath them. A second procession. Lights not amber, but blue-white, colder, brighter, faster. The amber orbs faded. The blue ones surged, and for a full 30 seconds, every man aboard the Oryolskaya claimed to feel something rise beneath the ship, a pressure like a mountain passing underfoot. But nothing surfaced, only stillness remained. The next morning, the trench was empty. not a single light. The cliff wall, upon closer approach, was etched with fine scratches, rows and rows of parallel lines, not random, measured, as though a great hull had scraped its belly along the vertical stone. The captain ordered immediate return. No cargo was delivered, and to this day, the chart that once marked Chynayapolka bears only a single annotation: let the dead have their lanes. The Norwegian longliner Fridtjof Foss encountered the lights in the spring of 1900, while harvesting haddock near an isolated undersea scarp, northwest of Jan Mayen Island. The region had been shunned by local fishers for decades. Older men spoke of tideless tides and net burns, where trawling lines came back warm to the touch, as if passed through invisible fire. But Captain Sigvard Osen, determined and unconvinced by superstition, led his crew directly over the ledge of that scarp, one evening, casting wide-mouthed nets into the abyssal dark. At first, all was quiet, but just past midnight, a soft glow began to shimmer beneath the boat. Dozens of yellow-orange points, rising slowly from below like the lights of a distant harbour coming into view. Except this harbour rose from underneath. The crew leaned over the rails, murmuring. The lights weren't random, they were lined, arranged like lamps on a quay, spaced evenly, swaying slightly but never colliding. Then came the strangest thing. The ship began to drift toward them, though no wind moved, and the sea lay glass flat. The first mate dropped anchor. The chain ran taut, but still, they drifted, toward the procession of orbs. Then, all at once, the lights stopped. No flickering, no movement, as if someone had snuffed out their memory of flame. The sea suddenly became wrong. Its temperature dropped sharply, and its clarity rose. From the deck, they could see far below. Suspended in that blue void were silhouettes, long vessel-shaped forms with towering prows and coiling prows, unmoving yet completely intact. They weren't modern ships, they weren't even of known design. Instead of masts or sails, they had great circular ridges, where light seemed to refract, not bounce. Some bore massive fins, others hung tilted, almost as though drifting in half-turns. Yet they left no wake, no disturbance. They had no crew, only the lights now dimmed but visible, lining their surfaces like watchful eyes. One brave deckhand, maddened by awe or fear, whispered, "They've been trawling longer than the sea has held salt." He swore the lights weren't lamps but bait, lures strung along hulls that no longer needed fish, no longer needed purpose. The captain attempted to raise anchor again, but the winch snapped, not from rust, but heat, as if the metal had been boiled from within. Then from deep below, the sound of chains, not theirs, others, ancient, dragging across stone. At dawn the longliner drifted free. The lights were gone, the water returned to its dull grey hue, but every hook, every line they had dropped, had been severed, not cleanly, but melted, fused at the tips. And in their fish storage, empty just hours before, they found a single unidentifiable creature. It resembled a fish, but had no eyes, no gills, no spine. Its body was curled tight around itself like a spool, and its skin shimmered with dots, each glowing faintly in the amber color of the lantern trawlers. They burned it. They say it screamed as it burned, not in sound, but in memory. For weeks afterward, the crew dreamed of ropes in the dark, descending forever, and of cities that fished not for food, but for stories forgotten by land. In the autumn of 1909, the French naval charting vessel Rousseau recorded a sighting that would remain buried in classified naval logs for nearly a century. Tasked with surveying a newly discovered subduction trench off the Kerguelen Plateau, the Rousseau drifted into a region the crew would later refer to only as Le Passage des Feux Silencieux, the passage of the silent lights. For 3 nights, their instruments recorded disturbances in pressure and magnetic fields, though the sea above remained motionless. On the 4th night, the stars disappeared, not behind cloud, but behind light, a golden shimmer rising from the ocean itself, coalescing into arched forms, like great illuminated ribs, each pulsing gently in sequence. The lights did not flicker, they breathed. Captain Beaufort, a veteran of 40 years, described the experience in his log, not as an anomaly, but a ritual. The lights arced into the sky, curving upward in patterns like rigging suspended between invisible hulls, and as they reached their apex, they began to move, slowly, synchronized. A convoy in reverse, not heading toward land but away from it, as if guiding something large and unseen into the deeper trench below. What they guided, the crew never saw, but something passed beneath the ship, so immense that water pressure around the Rousseau dropped instantly, and the hull groaned as though bent by presence alone. Instruments failed, lanterns dimmed, a faint ticking filled the air, like the winding of an ancient pocket watch submerged in syrup. The helmsman collapsed to his knees, and began muttering Latin he didn't know. The youngest deckhand wept and begged to go home, saying it doesn't know we're here, but if we move it will. The lights, undeterred, continued their procession deeper into the black. Then, as quickly as they had come, they folded, not faded, folded like lanterns collapsing inward, their illumination sinking into points no wider than a pin, and in their wake, the sea boiled with silence. The crew pulled anchor without a word, no one looked back, but the sonar operator, one of the few who retained enough composure to monitor equipment, saw a final blip, a shape, flat and vast, curling downward, like a scroll being wound back into itself. It was not rock, it moved too precisely, and it emitted a frequency that caused all remaining ink aboard to separate into layers, forming unreadable spirals on every page of every logbook. Upon return, the ship was quarantined under the guise of a chemical leak. The crew was disbanded, reassigned, and scattered across the empire. But one photo, blurry, sepia-toned, survived in the captain's private belongings. It shows nothing but ocean, yet in the center, just below the surface, is a faint arch of lights in perfect symmetry. Naval analysts once dismissed it as lens damage, but those who look long enough often report the same thing, a dull pressure behind the eyes, like something trying to read them back. The final recorded encounter with the lantern trawlers, before their inexplicable silence, came in 1906, when the German research vessel Hullenbrecher entered a calm zone south of the Crozet Islands to investigate a phantom signal, a repeating pulse intercepted across multiple naval frequencies, low and slow, as though a heartbeat rendered in code. The crew, under the command of Dr. Franz Kubler, was equipped with experimental subaural receivers, meant to chart whale migrations. What they heard instead was something older, deeper. A layered sequence of hums rising from beneath the tectonic ridge, too organized to be seismic, too rhythmic to be random. Then, on the fourth night, the lanterns came. They appeared in lines, 4 vertical tiers across a deep escarpment, each tier moving at a different tempo, like a polyphonic hymn rendered in light. There were no vessels to anchor them, no infrastructure, just the lights, strung like thoughts across a black mind, illuminating nothing but pressure. When the crew lowered a hydrophone, they heard what Kubler called processional murmurs, voices, but not human ones, chanting in unison, without language. The tones vibrated the glass in their portholes and rattled metal tools out of drawers. Several crew members bled from the ears. One claimed to have seen masts above the surface, but no reflection. Against protocol, Kubler sent down an autonomous bathysphere. It recorded for 13 minutes. What it captured was unsettling. The footage, grainy and dark, showed lights passing slowly by, enormous in scale, flickering in patterns that matched neither Morse nautical signals, nor any known code. Their spacing formed a curve, not horizontal, but spiraling, descending into the trench like a staircase. At the bottom, the camera caught something else, a surface covered in lanterns not attached to anything, but sunk into the sea floor itself, as though planted. They glowed steadily, beating like veins, and just beyond them, a single massive structure sat buried in shadow. Only one frame showed its edge, a wall or fin, marked by what appeared to be runes burned into bone. The bathysphere feed cut abruptly, not with static, but with compression, as if the image had been crushed from within by weight. When retrieved, the capsule was warm to the touch, and the interior glass was warped. Kubler refused to speak about it again. He burned his notes 2 days later, and ordered a retreat. Back in Kiel, he resigned. But before he vanished from public life entirely, he sent one final telegram to the University of Tübingen. It read simply, "They are not trawlers, they are anchors for something that cannot float." Since then, no lanterns have been seen in that trench, but ships crossing the area still report strange glitches in time, watches stopping, navigational loops, audio repeating in backward echoes, and in one rare case, a trawler surfaced with all its nets returned clean, freshly coiled, and dry to the touch, as though they had never entered the water at all. In the summer of 1904, a privately funded dive expedition, known only as the Lorimer Descent, was conducted off the coast of Mauritius, under the direction of eccentric English baronet, Sir Howell Lorimer, a recluse with a taste for oceanic relics and whispers of untouched vaults beneath the sea. Lorimer had gathered a team of European deep-sea divers, many ex-military, some disgraced, for a singular mission, to investigate a site described in a handwritten 18th century map that he claimed was too precise to be fantasy. The location, a rift called La Fente de la Lune, the moon's split, a tear in the seabed marked on no nautical chart, but scrawled with such geometric accuracy that it contained depth notations far more modern than the parchment's age. The descent began with caution. The divers, equipped with hard helmets and surface-fed oxygen lines, descended one at a time. The first reported unusually smooth walls, almost polished, and the presence of faint rhythmic vibrations through the rock, like standing within the throat of a distant bell. At 30 meters, the second diver reported a visual anomaly, a glow, weak and lavender, pulsing behind what looked like a wall of coral. Only it wasn't coral. It was carved, spiraling indentations etched in repeating lines, looping inwards, until the wall thinned and finally gave way to a chamber, one not formed by erosion, but architecture. Lorimer, hearing this, became erratic. He demanded that more divers be sent down, pushing past safety protocols. At 40 meters, the line to the first diver went slack. No tugs, no motion. When they reeled him up, he was still breathing, alive, but unresponsive. His eyes were wide, pupils dilated, and he clutched in both hands a rock sample that, under examination, turned out not to be stone, but hardened shell, and engraved within it were rows of symbols, circular, repeating, yet impossibly small, like scripture written for eyes that had never known sunlight. Lorimer insisted on going down himself, against protests. He donned a suit and descended with two others. Only one returned. The survivor claimed they had breached an open shaft, a pit within the chamber, that descended straight down, its walls glowing with a pulse that matched their breathing. Lorimer had unclipped his safety line, mumbling that it wanted him to see. He stepped forward, and fell, not into water, but into absence. The diver watched as Lorimer's body was not dragged, nor pulled, but unfolded into the space, his shape distorting like a reflection in shaking glass, until only his helmet remained, tumbling weightlessly. When the diver returned to the surface, his skin had turned pale blue at the extremities. His voice, once gruff, was now soft and high. He refused to be touched. He would only speak in riddles. "It breathes backward," he kept saying. "It thinks in us when we think toward it." He died a year later in an asylum. Autopsy revealed a normal heart, but one minor anomaly. His lungs had developed an additional lobe, lined with membrane, more similar to deep-water fish than human tissue. The sample was destroyed by government order. Sir Lorimer was declared lost at sea. His name is now absent from maritime records of the region. But on calm nights off the Mauritian coast, local fishermen claim they sometimes hear the hiss of surface-fed dive hoses rising from the deep. But when they look, no divers surface, just ripples, and the faint scent of lavender, even in salt air. In 1907, during a little-known Belgian scientific expedition to the Pitcairn Seamounts, diver Louis Méricole was selected to explore an unusually symmetrical fissure near a submerged basalt platform, nicknamed Les Dents d'Église, the church tooth, for its towering, spired silhouette that seemed to pierce the ocean current like a steeple of volcanic stone. Méricole was no amateur. He had logged hundreds of dives across Europe and had been one of the few men to survive a pressure breach off Sicily. But when he entered the water near the fissure, The expedition noted two immediate anomalies. First, the soundscape vanished. No creaks, no clicks, no whale song, just a complete and unnatural hush. And second, Mericol's breathing pattern began to mirror a strange, low-pulsing tone coming through the hull, a tone none of the instruments were producing. Mericol's descent was normal for the first 15 minutes, though his reports became increasingly abstract. He described the water as breathing inside out, and noted that his body felt as though it were drifting sideways through time. His pressure readings fluctuated wildly, but his vitals remained stable. Then suddenly, his voice stopped transmitting. There was no sign of panic, just silence. The line went still, but rather than cut and retrieve him, the team hesitated, unsure whether he had simply moved beyond their communication range. When they finally began to pull him back, the line grew lighter, too light. He returned to the surface far too quickly, and what surfaced was not the same man. He stood, unaided, when they unlatched his helmet. He smiled, but not with recognition. His face bore no distress, no confusion, only a passive calm, as if he had awakened from a sleep he hadn't known he'd entered. He spoke French, but his dialect was twisted, archaic, laced with nautical Latin and fragments of Basque, and litanies that sounded rehearsed, like prayers to things that don't rise with the sun. He was taken below deck to rest. Later that night, his crewmates found him kneeling at the edge of the deck, staring into the water. He murmured to it, not in fear, but as if reporting. When asked what he saw down there, Mericol whispered, "They listen through stone, they forget with us." The captain, alarmed, attempted to confine him, but Mericol calmly walked into the sea, never breaking stride, his weighted boots dragging him down. The divers gave chase but found only his helmet, latched closed, resting at the edge of the trench. The glass was cracked, but not broken, and on its inner surface, scratched from within, was a spiral, a perfect spiral, clockwise, deeply etched by hand or claw. Weeks later, the dent d'église fissure collapsed in a sudden seismic shift, or so the report claimed. Yet a hydrographer on board, who had kept his own private log, wrote something different. He claimed the trench hadn't collapsed, but closed. He wrote, as if the sea remembered that it had let something through and now wanted it back. Mericol's name was removed from the final expedition documents, but in Belgian diving circles, an old warning still circulates, quietly among instructors. If your ears ring in silence, don't descend. Something is already breathing for you. In 1905, the coastal village of La Boca del Viento, nestled at the base of Chile's shadowed fjords, saw the return of a diver believed long dead. Joaquin Estrella, a local sponge harvester, who had vanished without a trace during a dive 6 months prior, reappeared one misty dawn, walking barefoot along the tide line with his old copper helmet in hand. His boots were gone, his dive suit was torn at the elbows and knees, but not by force, by age, as if it had sat beneath decades of pressure, not months. The villagers stared. No one dared approach him until he reached his former home and sat quietly on the threshold, whispering something into the hollow of his helmet, before setting it down like an offering. When the local priest questioned him, Estrella answered with an expression not of joy or pain, but of complete misrecognition. He did not know the priest's name, nor his own. He asked what year it was, then asked again, even after being told. Inside his pockets were barnacles, perfectly symmetrical and fused together like small cathedral spires. Under his nails, the same fine black sand found only in one offshore ravine, a ravine too deep for free divers, and considered cursed by local fishermen, who claimed it hummed at night, and warmed the hulls of any boat anchored above it. Estrella had no memory of diving there, nor of surfacing. What he did recall, vaguely like dreams retold through fog, were arches made of eyes and corridors built from pressure. He said there was no water, only the illusion of water held in place by thought. That something followed him back, but could only do so through stillness, through silence. At night, villagers heard him speak in his sleep, not with his voice, but with one too deep to echo in the throat. A gurgling chant in a language thick with consonants, yet smooth, like words softened by centuries of forgetting. Doctors from Valparaiso examined him weeks later. His lungs were found to hold nearly twice the capacity of a normal man's, but with no structural change, like the organs had simply agreed to expand. His body temperature remained 2 degrees lower than average, yet he showed no signs of illness. The oddest finding came when they inspected the soles of his feet. The skin was smooth, not worn or blistered, smooth as though he had never walked on land. One of the doctors remarked in his notes that it resembled the webbing of deep-sea amphibians, thin, pale, faintly translucent in lamplight. After 3 months, Estrella vanished again. His suit was found folded beside the same ravine. This time only the helmet was missing. Divers who pass over that trench today speak of seeing a faint glow rise from its depths, not sharp, not bioluminescent, but soft and deliberate, like a lantern carried through water by a hand that doesn't mind the weight. And sometimes in their ears, a voice, not words but breathing, gentle and impossibly close, reminding them they were never alone beneath the waves. In late 1906, during an Austro-Hungarian marine survey near the Aegean's lesser mapped southern basins, the vessel Seal and Kronid dispatched a trio of divers to investigate a curious thermal bloom, a localized patch of warm water registering in the middle of an otherwise freezing trench. It was an anomaly that should not have existed. The seabed at that depth offered no volcanic vent, no tectonic fracture, yet the warmth persisted, and oddly, it pulsed every 21 minutes, like the slow rhythm of a resting creature's breath. The divers, outfitted with custom-weighted suits and early voice pipe technology, descended one at a time into that heat. The first diver reported the seafloor as coated in threads that waved like eelgrass, but snapped away before touch, each one impossibly long and without visible end. The second diver observed no such threads, but described the seabed as being covered in reflective plates, thin, curved fragments that resembled shattered eyeglass lenses, none the same size, each catching his lamp and reflecting not his light, but faces, not his own. The third diver saw neither threads nor plates, but instead claimed to have landed upon stairs that sank deeper each time he tried to step off them, as if choosing for him the direction of his descent. They were retrieved in silence. All 3 returned with full oxygen and intact gear, but none spoke. For days, they moved, they ate, they slept, but like dolls wound by memory, not presence. The ship's physician examined them and found one commonality: their pupils did not respond to light. Instead, they dilated in rhythm, all 3, in the same pulsing synchronized expansion. When whispered to, they listened, but when shouted at, they smiled, not in recognition, in completion. On the 5th day, one diver, the youngest, rose during a storm and walked barefoot across the metal deck, unbothered by freezing spray and lashing winds. He stood at the rail and recited something in a language the crew couldn't identify. Then, just before jumping into the Black Sea, he turned and said the only comprehensible word any of them heard from his lips: depthless. The remaining 2 divers slowly regained their faculties, though neither could recall the dive. But when presented with photos of sea life, they flinched at deep-water creatures, especially those with large lidless eyes. When they were later sent home, they refused to sleep in rooms without flowing water nearby, bathtubs, fountains, even bowls of seawater. One insisted it was not about comfort, but about hearing the voice in its true direction. Years later, a sonar survey returned to that same thermal bloom. It was gone, not dissipated, relocated. A new patch of warmth was found over 400 kilometers away, directly beneath a sunken volcanic dome that had no recorded eruption in its lifetime. A diverless probe was deployed. What it returned with defied explanation: strands of woven kelp, braided into loops, and embedded in them, thousands of small black pebbles. When touched, they buzzed faintly. When placed in still water, they spun slowly, always clockwise. The trench now bears no name, only a notation in red: depthless region. No diving. Movement observed in stone. In the spring of 1902, the German experimental submarine Voyage, I was deployed off the coast of Tunisia for a series of stealth propulsion tests meant to assess underwater silence in deep current conditions. Built as a prototype for what would later become the Empire's long-range subsurface fleet, it was manned by a small but elite crew of 6 naval engineers and operated on a hybrid diesel-electric system ahead of its time. The vessel descended at dusk under calm skies. It was expected to resurface within 12 hours. Instead, it reappeared 47 hours later, adrift, unpowered, and empty. What surfaced was a pristine hull. No breaches, no signs of emergency surfacing. The entry hatch was sealed tight from within, requiring specialized cutting equipment to open. But once breached, the interior revealed a perfect stillness. No water, no damage, just silence. All 6 bunks were unmade. The tools were stored properly. A kettle sat cold atop the stove. A half-burned cigar lay perched on an ashtray, and the logbook had been neatly closed after a final entry. Depth holding at 1,200. Instruments fluctuating. Feels like descent, but rising. The strangest detail was not what was missing, but what had been added. Along the inner bulkheads of the lower chamber, thin lines had been drawn in charcoal, curved sweeping arcs that repeated from floor to ceiling, like the spokes of a giant wheel. At the center of this imagined hub, surrounding the pressure ballast gauge, a single word was scrawled in a shaky hand: Nebenzeit, a poetic archaic term meaning off time, or the time beside time. The salvage crew found all oxygen reserves intact. Batteries were only partially drained. The ballast tanks had not been fired. Yet a chemical analysis of the air revealed trace compounds typically found only near volcanic vents, particularly hydrogen sulfide, in concentrations strong enough to suggest proximity to an active geothermal source. But no such vent existed for hundreds of miles. Moreover, every clock inside the sub had stopped at exactly 3:14 a.m., though they had no shared power source. Even the wristwatch of the ship's engineer, found hooked onto a wall peg near his bunk, had frozen at the same time. A clock found in the sealed dive chamber ticked still, but it counted wrong. Each second lasted longer than the last. When Voyage was brought ashore, its frame was taken apart bolt by bolt. Inside the ballast tank, a chamber no man could have accessed without triggering flood valves, investigators found a set of 6 diving boots, dry, worn, arranged in a perfect circle, facing inward. The submarine was never recommissioned. Its hull was scrapped, but the logbook remained, and one marginal note found scribbled along its final page continues to puzzle archivists. The descent came not from beneath, but from behind. In early 1908, the Italian Royal Navy commissioned a test run for its prototype deep-water vessel, Serena d'Argento, a sleek, iron-bodied submarine named after the silver siren of Adriatic folklore, a creature said to dwell in trenches too steep for anchor and too narrow for current. The ship's designers chose to stage their trial south of Malta, in a depth pocket, infamous for swallowing compasses and corrupting sonar returns. The vessel descended in full view of 2 escort cruisers at 6:32 a.m., slipping below the surface with radio contact intact. By 7:10, communications ceased, not abruptly, but gently, fading out mid-word during a routine systems check. The last thing heard was laughter, not panicked, but idle, and the phrase, "It's strange how the lights are getting closer." 23 hours later, Serena d'Argento breached the surface without aid. Its hull was dry, despite rising through volatile swells. The conning tower was sealed tight, no sign of distress. But when the recovery team opened the hatch, they found the interior bathed in warm condensation, as though the submarine had surfaced from a hot sea, not a cold one. The cabin temperature read 41 degrees Celsius. Every mirror and reflective surface, including gauges and metal trim, had been deliberately obscured. Some were covered in black cloth, others smeared with grease or paint. The inside of the periscope lens had been scratched from within, rendering it useless. There was no crew. Their uniforms had been folded neatly across the dining benches, each pile topped with a single strip of dried seaweed, long, translucent, and coiled like ribbon. The navigation logs were missing, but an emergency chart had been pinned to the wall. It was unmarked, save for a spiral hand-drawn in red wax pencil around an empty point labelled Punto Grigio. No such feature exists on official maritime maps. The name roughly translates to Grey Point. Diving logs recovered from a watertight cabinet revealed conflicting data, depths that exceeded the submersible's limits, pressure readings that would have crushed the hull, and temperature spikes consistent with thermal plumes that don't exist in that region. But the strangest anomaly lay in a maintenance journal, where one crew member had written increasingly incoherent notes in the margins. Among the scrawl, "Fish without eyes whisper to the hull, and the sea doesn't rise here, it waits." The sub's external brass nameplate had oxidized far more quickly than expected. It was brittle, flaking upon touch, as though aged by decades. Yet chemical analysis confirmed it had not been submerged long enough to degrade. When tested further, fragments of the brass emitted a faint humming under cold exposure, a frequency beyond human hearing, but detected by dog whistle recorders as a pattern of 6 slow pulses, followed by silence. No bodies were ever found, no oxygen tanks were depleted, yet someone, or something had taken care to cloak every reflective surface before abandoning the vessel. Naval investigators concluded no formal explanation, sealing the documents under Maritime Anomaly Protocol. Local fishermen, who later trawled the area around Punto Grigio, described the water as too thick, too heavy, as if dragging their nets through honey. When asked why they no longer fish there, they simply say, because the mirror won't blink back. In the monsoon season of 1903, the British Colonial Naval Force, stationed near the Nicobar Islands, sent the prototype submersible HMS Luthia to investigate a peculiar pattern of disappearing soundings, sonar pings sent into a canyon that failed to return, as if the depths had simply absorbed them whole. The Luthia, known for its unusually tight steel chamber and advanced echo mapping device, carried a minimal crew of 5. Reports from the escort ship, Havisham, recorded the descent as normal for the first hour. At 9:12 p.m., the sub emitted a single sonar pulse, unusually slow and oddly hollow, like something already distorted by the shape of the trench. Then nothing. No return echo, no comms, not even static. 40 hours later, as if drawn back by invisible tether, HMS Luthia rose smoothly to the surface under a blood-red moon, hull unblemished, tower locked. Once aboard, engineers discovered the ship's electrical systems were in a soft standby state, as though someone had powered them down, not out of failure, but intent. The emergency beacon had been manually turned off. The logbook was missing. No crew remained. However, the walls of the observation chamber were covered in thin, transparent residue, like frost, but warm and oily to the touch. When viewed under ultraviolet light, the residue formed a complete spherical grid pattern. Tiny lines, overlapping, like a map of pressure zones wrapped around a hollow globe. Worse yet, was what lay in the food stores. All rations were untouched, save for the tea canisters. Each one had been opened and repacked with black sand. In every tin, buried beneath the topmost layer, was a perfectly preserved fish scale. No two matched. When tested, the scales showed mineral signatures not found in Indian Ocean species, or any species for that matter. The bones of deep-pressure creatures, perhaps, but fused with compounds typically found in volcanic rock. Some were still warm. The engineering team inspecting the ballast vents made another discovery. One valve had been forced open from inside. No tool marks, no pressure rupture. Just a slow prying, as if a hand, something with jointed precision, had opened it to allow something out, or in. Despite that, the submarine had not flooded. Not a drop of seawater was found beyond that chamber. But just inside the open valve lay a boot, still laced, still dry. But the inside was torn, not by rot or wear, but by suction, as if something had pulled the foot free through the ankle in a single silent motion. The official report cited mechanical failure and psychological compromise. But one technician, later dismissed for excessive speculation, made a marginal note in his maintenance ledger. He wrote, "They dove not into depth, but into sequence. Something waits in the folds of time, not behind us, not ahead, beneath." The Luthia was retired, not from damage, but from unresolvable interior anomalies. It remains docked at a secure inland facility to this day, under surveillance. Yet night guards claim that when it rains, condensation appears not on the sub's outer hull, but within its dry, locked chamber. In 1901, under the guise of transatlantic data collection, the Russian Empire dispatched a clandestine vessel, known only as Podmornik 7, into the mid-Atlantic, a region between known undersea ridges, where compasses, for reasons unexplained, often behaved erratically. The mission, as later revealed in declassified naval memos, was to investigate gravitational anomalies inconsistent with tide and current behavior. Though officially labeled a test of submarine insulation and endurance, all 6 crew members were specialists in seismology, metallurgy, or cartography, suggesting a different agenda entirely. The sub slipped beneath the surface near a trench known to sailors as Mesto Crucia, the place that turns. No signal ever came from the crew. 6 days passed. Then Podmornik 7 resurfaced exactly where it had first submerged, drifting, dark and eerily undamaged. The retrieval crew approached with caution. The hatch, surprisingly, was not sealed. It hung open by half a turn. Inside, the air was warm and thick with salt, far too dense for the depth at which the vessel should have operated. Not a single soul remained aboard, yet there was no sign of escape or struggle. All harnesses were buckled. The bunks were made. A notebook lay open on the control panel, its pages sodden but legible, each bearing a looping series of words repeated again and again. We heard the anchors above us. The real strangeness, however, emerged when divers began retrieving equipment from storage. They found that every screw head had been turned exactly a quarter rotation counterclockwise, not loosened, just turned, all of them, simultaneously, as though a decision had been made. Then there was the helm. It had been wedged with a brass rod at a full right turn, even though the vessel's trajectory on resurfacing showed a straight line. On the upper viewing dome, a single oily handprint remained, not from grease or sweat, but from something that burned cold to the touch. The metal beneath it was lightly indented, warped as if softened in ice. Recovered film reels from an onboard camera, part of an early pressure-proof documentation system, offered only 10 frames before they became corrupted. Yet one frame, the 7th, remains infamous in naval folklore. It shows the control room at a sharp angle, as though the camera had fallen. But in the far left of the image, peering through the sub's narrow observation port, is a shape not human, a mass of lines, tentacle-like, but too symmetrical, like an organism mimicking what it thought should pass for sea life. Its face, if it was one, was flat, eyeless and dappled with what looked like thousands of tiny suction prints, each forming a unique glyph. The sub was towed back to port, sealed, and never recommissioned. Locals say it remains buried in a dry dock beneath layers of metal and concrete, but the dock workers speak of a low sound, one not heard so much as felt, that occasionally pulses through the floor, especially during full moons. A heartbeat, they say, but inverted, not pushing blood out, but pulling something in. In 1909, during a Belgian-led expedition to chart the lesser-known underwater plateaus of the Southern Ocean, a team of glaciologists established a floating station on an ice shelf, drifting near the Balleny Islands. Though officially tasked with measuring melt rates and seismic activity, the team's personal journals revealed an unspoken fascination with a phenomenon reported by whalers decades prior. The so-called hollow singing, a haunting chorus that echoed beneath the ice floes during windless nights, when the world held still and the water refused to ripple. These eerie harmonics had long been dismissed as ice friction or deep-sea life communicating through sonar. But as the team's hydrophones soon confirmed, the sounds had a complexity too deliberate to be random. They were patterned, measured, layered. The first recording, made beneath a 2-meter hole, drilled through ancient glacial crust, captured what could only be described as a slow, tonal chant, rising in triads like a hymn sung backward through glass. The tones bent slightly, like language without consonants, and repeated in perfect cycles, each lasting exactly 6 minutes. At first, the team assumed it was whale song distorted by temperature gradients, but then the vocals changed in response to external stimuli. Whenever the team struck the ice with a probe or emitted sonar pings, the chant would falter momentarily, then return with new harmonics added, as though replying. The team's geologist, Peter Van Rees, grew increasingly obsessed. He claimed the sound was not bouncing off the ice, but emerging from it. He insisted that the shelf they were camped upon was not simply frozen sea, but a cathedral wall of ancient cryonics, sealing in a pressure chamber deep below the ocean. He believed the structure beneath the ice was resonant by design, and that what they heard wasn't communication, it was liturgy. Something buried far beneath the crust was singing, not to the surface but to itself. And the ice was simply the ceiling above a cathedral, where time was measured in tides, not hours. On the 7th day, the ice beneath their central observation tent cracked, not from pressure, but from vibration. It didn't shatter outward, it folded inward, peeling open in perfect hexagonal fractures that resembled a honeycomb, plunging their hydrophone equipment into the void. One scientist claimed to glimpse something below, not movement, but structure, columns, rising like stalagmites of black ice, flickering with iridescence that moved against the current. The singing, once low and melancholic, surged suddenly in pitch, becoming impossibly high, inaudible, yet causing blood to rise in the ears and glass to crack inside sealed cases. The team evacuated within the hour. Days later, a satellite balloon launched by the expedition burst prematurely at 80,000 feet. Its final transmission included a full-loop capture of the chanting, still echoing upward from the shelf. The final tone ends with a flat silence, but slowed down, the frequency revealed faint harmonics. And within those harmonics, encoded in the shape of the waveform itself, was a repeating symbol, a spiral with no center, just loops, widening forever. Locals from the nearest port now call the region La Garganta Fria, the cold throat. Ships do not anchor near it. Ice drifts away unnaturally, and the auroras above it never match the rest of the sky. In the frozen winter of 1900, a Norwegian surveyor named Inge Halvorsen led a small crew of whalers-turned-explorers across the ice plains near the lesser documented Torsvand Shelf, a drifting, slow-rotating mass believed to have once fractured from the Ross ice shelf. The goal was to verify rumors of rising temperatures beneath specific pressure ridges, rumors whispered by aging sailors who refused to pass those coordinates again. They spoke not of cracks or melt, but of singing without air, of voices that rose like steam from cracks that didn't exist until the moment one stood over them. Skeptical but curious, Halvorsen and his men pitched camp at the exact longitudinal marker indicated by one such tale, a ring-shaped pressure mound shaped like a crown lying flat against the horizon. On the third night, the wind died completely. Not a whisper stirred. That was when the sound began. Not loud, but unmistakable. A thrum, low and musical, deep in frequency, and impossibly far beneath the ice. It vibrated the soles of their boots, without touching their ears. Each note lingered too long, like an echo from a mouth that never stopped exhaling. Halvorsen, believing it to be subglacial tectonics, lowered a crude brass listening horn through a natural crevasse. What he heard changed the course of the expedition. It was a choir, not mechanical, not organic, something between. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of voices harmonizing in precise dissonant intervals, like the slow-motion turning of a melody too old for memory. The men listened for hours, frozen in place by a stillness that felt imposed, not by fear, but by a command of reverence. Then the harmony shifted. The voices fell away, save for one, a bass so low it came, not as sound, but as pressure, a force behind the eyes, pulsing once for every heartbeat. Then something answered, from beneath, not in response, but in continuation, like the second voice of a duet that had simply waited for its turn to emerge. That night, the crew refused to sleep inside their tents. They sat instead in a ring on the ice, facing outward, eyes trained on the horizon, where sky and ice became indistinguishable. Several began to hum, unintentionally mimicking the tonal rhythms. One man wept quietly, without knowing why. Halverson recorded their humming, noting with growing terror that the key of their song matched the harmonic intervals of the listening horn recordings, down to the quarter step. The ice had not taught them the tune, it had awakened it from inside them. Before dawn the ridge fractured, not a collapse, no thunder, no falling walls, but a neat separation, as though unzipped. Beneath it, instead of water, the explorers saw dry space, an obsidian shaft descending into darkness, not reflecting stars, but glowing softly with internal luminescence, blue-white and pulsing. A mist emerged, thin and soundless, not steam, breath. Halverson's remaining notes ended there. The rest of his journal was torn, its pages scattered across miles of ice, found days later by a search vessel dispatched after the crew failed to check in. Only one entry remained intact, a line written diagonally across the inside cover, underlined 3 times. The hymn was never meant to reach the surface, it was always meant to be forgotten. In December of 1906, a Russian expedition led by acoustician Antonina Vasilievna was sent to survey underwater sound channels beneath the eastern shelf of Antarctica, specifically targeting regions where thermal layering had been observed to inexplicably cancel sonar. These were not zones of reflection or interference, but true nulls, areas where signal did not echo, refract, or return, as though sound itself was swallowed. It was here, while floating above a sheer drop known in uncharted documents as Cresta Via Ticina, the Silent Cross, that the team detected a phenomenon never repeated again in naval history. Through an early sound mapping device, an underwater pressure-sensitive disk known as the Zvukovoy grid, they recorded not the presence of sea life, nor tectonic shifts, but structured musical notation. Not music in the human sense, but tone intervals, pulses and silent gaps, recorded on pressure waves across a bandwidth imperceptible to the human ear. The sequence repeated every 71 minutes exactly. When converted visually by transposing the data onto a wax etching, the sequence resembled an octagonal spiral of raised dashes and dots, similar to Braille, but curving inward to a central emptiness. The shape was identical to religious iconography once found on the walls of a submerged Orthodox chapel discovered off the coast of Crimea, 2 years prior, one that had sunk before the invention of submersibles. The team descended a weighted bell-shaped hydrophone through a borehole at the shelf's edge, sending it into the black water below. The first 15 minutes recorded only faint harmonic resonance, natural, if unsettling. But at the 16th minute, the signal changed. It sharpened, harmonized. The hydrophone registered a chorus, not random pitch, but deeply complex vocals singing in the minor key of F sharp. The melody was not linear, meaning it rose and fell simultaneously in opposite directions when played back. The sound engineers were baffled. One technician described it as hearing an organ played through frozen lungs. Then came the interference. Their recording wax began warping, not from heat, but from internal vibration. The surface bubbled slightly. Their instruments picked up no tremor in the shelf, but the tent fabric rippled as though air itself were vibrating, pulsing, not in gusts, but in perfect rhythm with the song. One crew member clutched her ears and began screaming, not from pain but from overwhelming emotion. When asked what she'd heard, she could only say, "It knows me. I forgot the name I gave it." 2 hours later, the borehole collapsed from within. A soft implosion, no crack or tremor, just gone. The sound ceased immediately. All readings returned to 0. When they attempted to redeploy a second hydrophone, the winch jammed as though something had taken hold of the line from below and tied it off. They pulled until the wire snapped clean. The camp was evacuated by airship 2 days later. Before departure, Antonina buried the wax disc in a sealed case within the permafrost, 17 meters deep. Her final field note was brief, but chillingly poetic. "This is not a place where songs are born. It is where all forgotten lullabies go to finish their dreaming." In January 1904, a joint Swedish-Argentine expedition set out from Ushuaia with an unusual mission to investigate why migratory whales, which normally avoided the glacial arc of Lorraine, had begun swimming directly beneath it, circling a ring of icebergs, like an unspoken ritual. Their ships, the Alfild and the Marisol, carried early magnetic resonance buoys, hydrophones, and experimental underwater listening plates, designed to map subglacial vibrations. But what they recorded was not the familiar groan of tectonics, or the echo of sea ice fracturing. It was music. Slow, deep, impossibly resonant music, not the kind made by instruments, but by architecture. The frequencies rose in harmonic loops, echoing off something vast and hollow beneath the ice, as if the ocean itself were a great bell rung by forces older than motion. Dr. Holger Ernstrom, the team's acoustician, believed they had stumbled across a natural cathedral of ice, carved over millennia by the passage of currents and layered pressure. But as days passed, he revised his theory. The harmonics were too precise, not merely echoing, composing. The tones formed perfect octaves in the key of C-sharp minor, and shifted subtly whenever the moon rose or set. When overcast, the music quieted. On cloudless nights, it became a symphony so low that it vibrated the boat's keels. Ice cracked in rhythm. The crew began to dream in song. At first the dreams were harmless, floating through tunnels of glass, hearing choirs with no mouths. But then they turned, one by one. The crew began waking at the exact same time, 3:17 a.m., drenched in sweat, gasping, whispering fragments of melodies they had never heard in waking life. The captain of the Marisol reported that his engineer had tried to disassemble the ship's radio to remove the noise inside. When confronted, the engineer wept and claimed the static was not broken. "It's the beginning of the hymn." Ernstrom drilled a borehole near the center of the harmonic zone and lowered a frequency reel directly into the sea. What came back was nearly silent at first, but beneath the hiss of water and the occasional creak of ice, something else emerged. A choral motif, low, wordless, multiphasic, moving in counterpoint. Then, slowly, a second voice joined, higher, brittle, like breath over bone. It wasn't harmonizing, it was watching. The reel ruptured on retrieval, splintered from within by a sudden pulse of subsonic force. The borehole sealed itself the next day without external temperature rise. When the team prepared to evacuate, every whale in the region vanished overnight. The sea was silent. The wind returned. The harmonics ceased. Later analysis of the audio reels revealed a short whispered phrase, embedded at intervals across the frequency spectrum, too faint to hear naturally, but visible on sonographic prints. The phrase, when translated from Old Norse and reconstructed from phonetic clues, roughly read, "Not all choirs seek to be heard. Some wait until the listener sings first." The glacial arc of Lorraine continues to drift. No whales pass through it now. No ships linger near it for more than a night. And when asked why, passing sailors only say, "Because if you stay long enough, you'll start to hum along." In March of 1907, the town of Saint-Hilaire, a forgotten fishing outpost, hugging the edge of eastern Newfoundland, experienced what local legends now call the slow climb. The village, isolated and rugged, thrived on halibut hauls and the iron resolve of its people. But that spring, the tides behaved unlike anything the seasoned mariners had seen. For 12 days, the sea rose steadily, not in crashing waves or storm surge, but with a quiet, deliberate swell, as though the ocean had chosen to ascend. No moon alignment, no wind, no gravitational anomaly could explain it. The tide charts grew useless. Nets disappeared beneath still water. Docks creaked skyward without a whisper of breeze. It wasn't just the rise that disturbed the locals, it was what came with it. Fish stopped appearing in traps. Boats returning from short trips spoke of seeing structures beneath the surface, angular silhouettes, rising with the tide, but never breaking it. Some claimed to see staircases, others windows, all vanishing when the light changed. One boat's captain, Emile Durette, swore he saw a steeple, black, barnacle-covered, but unmistakably carved, like something from an ancient cathedral. But there were no reefs nearby, no sandbars, no ruins on the charts, and yet the sea kept climbing. On the 7th day, A strange oil slick began to form along the water's edge. It didn't smell of fuel or decay. It smelled like limestone and iron, cold to the touch, yet steaming faintly in morning air. Children began waking with fevers, muttering nonsense in sleep, often repeating a phrase unfamiliar to their parents. The sea has no top. The sea has no top. On the 9th day the fog came, not the usual low-lying mist, but a thick, unmoving curtain that wrapped the village in silence. Bells no longer echoed. Footsteps on wooden planks sounded muffled, as if heard through snow. The church steeple vanished from view. One fisherman, desperate for a sense of bearing, climbed the highest bluff, and looked down, not out over waves, but upon a plain of water, flat as polished glass, stretching inland where grass and cottages should have been. Beneath the surface, he saw light, faint, golden, moving, not like fish, but lanterns, swinging slowly, as though being carried along paths that curved just out of reach. By the 11th day, the sea reached the village's central well. The salt had mixed with the groundwater. Crops withered. Dogs refused to bark. Some villagers swore they heard knocking beneath the floors of their homes. Not rats, not pipes, rhythmic tapping, like knuckles on submerged wood. And with it came a sound, so faint it bordered on silence. A hum rising from the flooded soil, vibrating through walls and into bones, lulling some into uneasy sleep. Then, on the 12th day, the tide began to recede, slowly, deliberately. The water left without wind or storm or moon, just as it had arrived, and in its wake it left no debris, no seaweed, no dead fish, no salt lines, only silence. The oil was gone, the fog dispersed, but in the centre of the churchyard, where the oldest gravestones leaned, there stood a puddle, circular, no more than a metre wide, and black as tar. It would not dry. Rainwater avoided it. Children whispered around it, claiming they could see stairs inside. Today, Centenary is a ghost village. The puddle remains, and when asked why the town was abandoned, the oldest sailors will only murmur, because the sea stood up, and it looked back down. In the summer of 1902, off the coast of Ålesund, Norway, fishermen aboard the Fria Vind witnessed a bizarre phenomenon that would later be termed the standing sea. On what should have been an uneventful expedition in calm waters, the ship's barometer plummeted without warning, yet no storm followed. Instead, the ocean's surface underwent a transformation none aboard could explain. The swell stopped, not just the absence of waves, but a cessation of all movement. The sea became still, like glass frozen in place. Nets dangled without resistance. The rudder failed to bite. It was as if the ship had been set into gelatin. Then came the rise. Not a swell, not a surge, but an elevation. Over the course of 3 hours, the sea level visibly rose around the Fria Vind, not evenly, but in a cylindrical shape, lifting the ship gently upward, while the surrounding horizon sank slowly out of view. Crew members scrambled to measure it, but depth soundings became confused. Lines returned longer than dropped. Anchors no longer reached the seabed, and below the hull, a spiral began to form, not of water, but of light, faint and bluish, slowly rotating beneath the vessel, like an enormous iris dilating in reverse. As the ship reached what the crew believed to be nearly 80 meters above sea level, a fog burst outward in all directions from the center of the rising cylinder. Within that fog, for a brief span of time, the crew reported seeing structures, tall, curved, organic towers, that swayed as if alive. One sailor, Jens Roker, claimed to see windows on the towers, not lit, but blinking. Another saw what he described as arches of impossible geometry, lines that did not seem to curve yet never ended. Then the air changed. It grew heavier, damp and humming, though no storm clouds loomed. The compass spun freely. Birds vanished from the sky. Even sound seemed to hesitate. Voices echoed too long, and footsteps on the deck landed a beat behind the movement. The captain, a man known for superstition, struck the ship's bell in desperation. The ring didn't echo. It swallowed itself. At the peak of this elevation, a noise emerged. A single note, low and pulsing, rippled through the hull. Not from above or around, but from below. The sea had become a platform, and beneath it something vibrated in anticipation. The crew, paralyzed with awe, stared down into the spiral of light. For a moment, the water parted, not with force, but in acceptance, and they glimpsed a shape, vast, smooth coiled, not a creature, not a structure, a presence curved in upon itself like a serpent dreaming in knots. The light snapped shut, the fog collapsed, and in an instant the sea resumed motion. The swell returned, the anchor caught, the barometer corrected, but the ship's elevation had dropped by 37 meters, in under a minute, verified by sea level markers, carved into the cliffs of nearby islets. When Freya Vind returned to port, its crew aged, not in body, but in behavior. They walked slower, slept less, spoke in half-thoughts, as if words couldn't quite catch up to memory. Roker, once jovial, refused to go near harbors again. He spent the remainder of his life painting spirals onto driftwood and burning them at sea. No other vessel has reported such a rising sea in the region since. But sailors speak of a spot just beyond the known routes where the stars disappear a few degrees too early, and the wind never quite passes. They call it the lift, and they say if the ocean ever offers to carry you upward, you must not look down, because something might be looking up. In the warm July of 1901, in a forgotten corner of the Coral Sea, a French cartographer named Louis Moreau anchored his schooner, La Sibylle, near what had been listed, on outdated maritime maps, as a reef that no longer existed. The reef, Lot d'Ecume, or Foam Islet, had supposedly collapsed decades prior, during a deep-sea quake. Yet, Moreau, driven by inherited obsession, believed it would resurface. His grandfather, a navigator gone mad in old age, once told him, "The sea swallows what it borrows, but it always gives it back, if you know how to wait." For 3 days, Moreau waited, taking depth soundings and measuring tides. Then, in the stillness of dawn on the 4th day, the sea shifted, not outward, not downward, but inward, pulling gently from all directions, as if drawn to a point no one could see. The schooner drifted not with the wind, but toward the center of a vast silent circle, where the water grew darker, heavier, thicker. It was there that the ocean began to rise, not in a wave, but as a column. A wide, unbroken lift of water began to ascend around the schooner, in complete silence, as though the sea had become a single living lung, inhaling toward the sky. Inside that rising cylinder, Moreau saw things he never expected. Beds of coral blooming, like breath on glass, entire schools of fish frozen mid-motion, and most disturbingly, the outlines of buildings. Not sunken ruins, upright, intact structures *. They stood in silent procession, along a gently curving path of ivory-colored stone, unfathomably smooth and untouched by time. One building, massive and fluted like the shell of a nautilus, seemed to breathe, its walls slightly pulsating, as if drawn from living material. A soft glow lit the path from beneath. It was not bioluminescence, it moved in patterns like circuitry or veins. Then came the sound, low and internal, not heard but understood, a cadence that seemed to press meaning into the body. Return, return, return. Moreau tried to turn the schooner, but the sea refused, not with force, but suggestion. The wheel resisted softly, ropes swayed against the wind. The tide inside the column was higher than that outside, a dome of pressure, pushing toward the center of the risen water. In the logbook, he scrawled what would become his final coherent entry. "The ocean does not remember us. It recreates us. It rehearses our shape before it releases us back." Hours later, a passing cargo ship spotted La Sibylle adrift, sails down, lanterns still lit. The sea was calm, the weather fair, but no one was aboard. The food sat untouched, the water barrels were sealed, the anchor was coiled neatly on deck, and in the captain's quarters, his notebook lay open to a final page, a drawing of the sea rising upward, in a perfect ring, with no sky above it. Only more ocean. The ship was towed, then abandoned again, after the crew fell sick with a lingering dizziness that never left them. Today mariners avoid that stretch of water, where the currents all seem to hum the same note. They say it's best not to anchor there, not because of storms, but because the sea may decide to rise again. And if it does, it will carry not just your vessel, but the very shape of your soul, somewhere you've already been once before. In the September of 1908, just south of the Kamchatka Peninsula, a Japanese cargo vessel named Suriname Maru vanished from sight during a cloudless morning transit. It had departed with a modest load of obsidian tools and salt-dried fish, expected to complete a routine trip between Hokkaido and Petropavlovsk. No distress call was ever received, nor wreckage found. What returned instead, 2 days later, was the vessel itself, drifting backward against the prevailing current, sail furled, crewless. The decks were dry, the ropes were taut, and painted on the inside of the hull, in what seemed like charred brine, were 5 concentric circles, no beginning, no end, no text, only motion implied by repetition. Naval officials who boarded the Suriname Maru found no signs of conflict or piracy, but the cargo was gone, completely removed without disturbing the lashings. All logbooks had been erased, not torn out or soaked, but scrubbed clean like slate. The compass spun freely, resisting even magnetic resets. The ship's bell rang once every 27 minutes, despite having no physical movement. Its clapper had been removed entirely, but still, the sound came, thin and far away, as though from beneath the hull. Weeks later, a surviving crew member was found delirious on the shore of an island, hundreds of kilometers north, wrapped in sailcloth and muttering a single word, Takamagahara, an ancient Japanese name for the mythic plane of high heaven. When recovered enough to speak, he told a tale no one believed, that the ship had been lifted, not by storm or seaquake, but by a still dome of water that curled inward above them, not downward like a wave, not upward like a tide, inward, folding the ocean like silk. He claimed the ship was drawn into a sea that had no surface, that once inside, they drifted through corridors, long liquid tunnels, where shapes passed just beyond sight. He remembered glass-walled chambers of air, suspended in bubbles miles across, where people moved in slow reverence. Not merfolk, not divers, figures, pale and thin, whose movements shimmered like reflections without a source. One crewmate tried to leap toward them. He was not stopped, but simply dissolved into the water, like powder in tea. At the center of this sea-inside sea, he described a shrine, not made of stone, but of light, given shape, hovering in a whirlpool that did not spin. There was no up, no down, only the sensation of falling through warmth that never ended. And the voices hundreds, singing not words but feelings, longing, return, recognition. He said it was not heaven, it was memory, not his own, but the ocean's. Then he awoke on the beach. The man never sailed again. He lived another 5 years in a seaside shrine, drawing spirals on driftwood, and leaving offerings in tide pools. When asked if he believed it was real, he only said, "The ocean rose to remember us, and we were found wanting." To this day, fishermen in that region speak of rare nights, when the sea becomes unnaturally flat, when the wind holds its breath, and the sky folds upon itself in the black water. On those nights, they say, the tide does not rise to meet the moon, it rises to rehearse something older than time. In April of 1900, a coal-powered research ship, named the Mendel, was dispatched by the Austro-Hungarian Empire to chart a newly discovered depression in the South Pacific. The region had been identified from balloon surveys as possessing a lightless zone stretching farther than any previously recorded trench. Though unnamed on maps, the depression was whispered of by Melanesian sailors, who referred to it only as Kalua Opi, the mouth that does not stop. The expedition's goal was simple: drop weighted lines, take depth measurements, collect sediment samples. But the results were anything but simple. Every line they dropped returned empty or snapped. Every sediment jar brought up not grit, but a viscous, black fluid that evaporated instantly in open air, without heat, without scent. On the 3rd day, they began to lower a new experimental pressure capsule, built from triple-tempered steel, attached to nearly 10 kilometers of reinforced line. It was fitted with a mechanical timer, designed to release small buoys at preset intervals as it descended, each buoy carrying measurements of pressure, temperature, and salinity. The first few buoys returned as expected, marking descent into what should have been the bottom of the depression. But at 9,350 meters, something odd occurred. The buoys stopped returning. The line remained taut. Instruments on board read no added pressure. If anything, the weight lessened, as though the capsule had entered a void where mass and pressure were reduced rather than increased. They waited 8 hours. Still, no response. Then, a faint vibration began to hum along the line. Not a tug, not a current. A pulse, rhythmic and steady, like a mechanical heartbeat from below. One crew member swore he could hear music rising from the cable when pressed to it. Another claimed it wasn't music at all, but breathing, slow and deliberate, from something very large and very still. Rather than cut the line, the team decided to haul it back up. What returned, after 12 hours of slow retrieval, was not their capsule, but a bundle of wires coiled around a smooth black stone unlike any seen before. The stone was warm, perfectly spherical. Its surface shimmered with color, not in the visible spectrum, but in the mind. Those who stared too long claimed to see dreams that weren't theirs. More disturbing, the line beneath the stone was no longer their line. It was finer, almost organic in texture, like bone woven with silk. It continued downward, into the ocean, unbroken, as if something had attached its own thread to the vessel. Panic set in. The crew debated whether to cut it or follow it. Before a decision could be made, the stone cracked in half, and inside it was a spiral of polished shell, still wet, still glistening. One crewman collapsed instantly. His final words, "We were never meant to descend alone." The captain gave the order to sever the line. The blade used to cut it dulled instantly. Sparks flew, and then, as if in acknowledgement, the sea below them began to churn, not wildly, but like the surface of milk just before it boils. The Mendel turned back. Years later, when asked why he retired from oceanography, the expedition leader simply said, "We discovered a depth that did not want to end, and something else was already measuring us from the other side." In the winter of 1905, a British undersea salvage ship named the Grey Wake was hired by an obscure academic society to investigate the disappearance of 3 vessels in a narrow trench east of Bouvet Island, an isolated ice-wrapped dot on the map, nearly lost in the South Atlantic. The ships hadn't sunk during storms or vanished in fog. Their final transmissions, etched in Morse, had all ended identically. Descending beyond chart, depth does not change, pressure failing. These messages made no sense. At depths greater than 4,000 meters, pressure should have increased. But in these transmissions, the deeper they went, the less resistance there seemed to be, as if the ocean had begun to unravel its own rules. Captain Howard Littleton of the Grey Wake was skeptical of anything uncharted, a man of graphs and sextants. Yet as they arrived over the trench, unnamed, black, impossibly narrow, the sonar returned only silence, not emptiness, not a reading gap, just quiet. Even the ship's own sonar pulses returned sluggishly, as though absorbed. They lowered a bell-weighted probe, and for 2 hours it descended unimpeded. At 11,000 meters, the cable slackened, not from hitting bottom, but from vanishing tension. It felt, as the captain put it, like it was no longer in water at all. The crew attached a hydrophone. What they heard was not static, nor currents, nor wails. It was a voice, not speaking in language, but in inflection, slow, undulating, deep. It wasn't a message, it was listening, mimicking the vibrations of the vessel's own machinery back at them, but delayed, distorted, like an echo bouncing between mirrors that stretched into eternity. Then the ship's compass spun, the chronometers stuttered, and the ocean around them changed color, not visibly, but perceptually. The water felt darker, and the stars overhead, despite it being daylight, began to flicker as if seen through warped glass. It was as though they had entered not a place, but a memory of a place, an echo of a depth that should not exist. They retrieved the probe. It was missing entirely. What came up instead was a cord, knotted perfectly, tied in a braid too intricate to be natural. Interwoven among the fibers were small, translucent teeth, not fish teeth, human, hundreds of them. each polished smooth, each bearing microscopic inscriptions too small to read, even with magnification. The crew began to dream of stairs spiraling downward into black oceans, descending on foot into liquid that did not drown. They awoke breathless, soaked in sweat and seawater that was not from the deck. The youngest sailor tried to leap overboard, saying he needed to reach the final stair. Captain Littleton burned the recovered cord. The flames turned green. The ashes smelled of salt and iron. The trench was never officially recorded. Charts from that region now list it as depths indeterminable. Ships avoid the coordinates not by command, but by instinct. And to this day, old captains warn their apprentices of one cardinal rule: if the ocean stops pushing back, turn around. It means something beneath has decided you may enter. In October of 1903, a German naturalist named Friedrich Kepler led a privately funded dive expedition aboard the vessel Eckart's Lantern, setting sail from the coast of East Africa to explore a little-known abyssal fault off the Comoros archipelago. Unlike typical trenches shaped by tectonic forces, this one showed no clear geologic origin. Early seismographs labelled it Der tiefen Riss, the deep split, but native lore warned of something more elusive, a place described in fading Swahili fragments as Mahali Pasipo Mwisho, the place with no floor. Kepler, driven by intellectual pride and an obsession with mapping what others feared, believed the trench to be a collapsed magma vent. But what he found defied every known law of pressure, gravity, and perception. The Eckart's Lantern deployed an experimental diving bell, iron cast, with a weighted base and reinforced windows of thick glass, capable of descending over 12,000 meters. Kepler and one assistant, Wilmar, entered the bell. The rest of the crew managed the cable topside. As the bell descended, their instruments functioned normally until the 7,000 meter mark, where pressure levels began to decrease. Not plateau, not hold, decrease. Lights within the bell, originally flickering under the strain of depth, steadied. The air grew warmer. Wilmar remarked that he no longer felt the pressure in his ears. Instead, both men reported the uncanny sensation of being watched from below, not by a creature or presence, but by the depth itself, as if the space around them was sentient. At 10,000 meters, visibility failed entirely, not due to silt or plankton, but to the absence of reflection. The spotlights projected beams that did not return. Instead, they bent inward, spiraling toward the base of the trench, as though pulled into a vanishing point, not mapped on any axis. Outside the bell, faint shapes began to emerge, massive, ringed, slowly drifting in silence. They resembled sea creatures only in form, not function, translucent masses that pulsed like organs removed from time. One drifted close, its surface covered in what looked like writing, not symbols carved or inked, but formed from tissue, like veins arranged to resemble ancient script. Kepler pressed his face to the glass, unable to look away, and then the shapes began to blink, not eyes, lids of the trench itself, openings miles across, shifting slowly, as if what lay beneath was waking up. Above, the winch cable went slack. The crew shouted. Then the line tightened violently, pulling backward toward the depths. In the bell, Kepler and Wilmar heard a sound, like bones bending, like air learning to speak for the first time. Then came the descent. The bell plummeted. Kepler described it later in his journal, recovered months after, when he was found alone, barefoot, and babbling near the banks of Lake Malawi, as a fall with no wind. He wrote of passing through layers, each darker, each quieter than the last. In the final layer, he claimed there was light again, not natural, but golden, glimmering like stained glass behind a cathedral altar. There was no floor, no ocean, only a vast quiet hallway, where sound drifted upward, like dust and gravity, bowed gently in every direction at once. Wilmar, he said, walked out of the bell. He didn't float, he didn't swim, he walked, barefoot, down an invisible path towards something flickering beyond sight. Kepler screamed until his voice failed, clutching the glass, and then he was alone again. The bell reascended, without the winch. no explanation. Kepler's journal ends with a single slanted line, scrawled in the margins. It was not a trench, it was a mouth, and Wilmar answered when it called. In December of 1906, a Portuguese vessel named Mar de Oração, Sea of Prayer, set out to investigate what was believed to be a sinkhole in the Atlantic, far west of the Azores, where an uncharted dip in the seafloor had been recorded by accident during an earlier transatlantic telegraph cable inspection. The anomaly had shown no thermal variation, no seismic activity, just a shadow in the bathymetric scans, deep and circular, like a coin pressed into fabric. The ship carried a team of oceanographers, theologians, and for reasons never officially explained, a blind monk named Brother Alano, who carried with him a sack of salt, a bell without a clapper, and a rusted brass censer that never stopped swinging. The Mar de Oração reached the coordinates in the early morning. The sea was silent, the sky was pink with false dawn. As they hovered above the depression, the crew began to notice small, inexplicable changes. Watches ticked too fast. Pipes hissed with air when closed. Birds that followed them for days turned and fled, and the water beneath them began to ripple, concentrically, perfectly timed, as though responding to a sound no one could hear. Sonar buoys were lowered. They returned nothing but one reading: depth not found. That phrase repeated again and again, no matter the calibration. Captain Duarte ordered a marker flare, dropped. It descended 20 meters, and then vanished, not burned out, but erased, the water beneath it turning instantly black, not from darkness, but from absence. The flares left no trail. Even the light did not shimmer. It simply stopped existing where the sinkhole began. Brother Alano, who had remained silent since boarding, finally stood at the bow. Without instruction, he began to chant, not in Portuguese, but in a dead liturgical Latin, older than Rome. As he did, the bell without a clapper began to ring. The crew backed away. The sonar buoys, which had previously only returned static, now began to vibrate, not mechanically, but resonantly, emitting a frequency that caused the hull to hum in unison. Beneath the ship, the sinkhole began to bloom, not open, not widen, but expand in perception. The sea didn't move. Reality did. One sailor described it as looking through a lens that stretched only the middle of the world. The sinkhole wasn't growing. It was revealing something deeper. An unending spiral that rotated even as it fell, showing new layers like unscrolling scripture. Then came the whispering. No source, no words, just understanding. The crew staggered as a shared thought flooded their minds. You are not the first to descend. You are not the first to return. But you may be the last to forget. The monk dropped the censer into the water. It fell for minutes, still burning. As it passed each depth, the sea trembled, not like an animal, but like a choir holding breath. The bell tolled once more. Then the water stilled, the ripples ceased, the sinkhole vanished. The Mar de Oração limped back to port weeks later, its logs empty, its hull unscarred, but its crew unable to sleep. Several would go on to speak in tongues, others would vanish entirely. No missing persons report filed. Brother Alano was never seen again. Today, sonar maps show nothing unusual in that stretch of sea, but satellite photos taken at night occasionally show a dim spiral of phosphorescence beneath the surface, precisely where the sinkhole once was. No currents, no blooms, just light. Some say it's algae, some say it's data interference, but the old captains still say, if you see light in the ocean where there should be none, do not follow it down, because it is not a trench. It is the place where depth began, and it remembers every descent. In the frigid March of 1909, an Irish fishing boat, known as the Rosine Dusk, drifted into port at Dingle Bay, under an eerily tranquil sky. The sea had been smooth that morning, no squalls, no headwinds, but the Rosine Dusk hadn't been seen for nearly 15 years. She was presumed lost in 1894, vanished without distress calls, while trawling west of Fastnet Rock. When she returned, barnacles clung to her hull in unnatural spirals, her sails were intact, her lines neatly coiled, and there wasn't a soul aboard. At first, the harbour master thought it a hoax, an old boat towed in as some sort of prank, but upon closer inspection, the rosine dusk was undeniably authentic. The paperwork in the captain's cabin was dated to the day she vanished. Food in the galley was spoiled, but hadn't rotted away entirely. Her lanterns were still filled with whale oil. There were even boots by the cot in the lower berth, positioned as if someone had just taken them off to sleep. But the strangest detail of all, the clock above the helm was ticking. Not battery-powered, not wound, just ticking. And the hands spun in opposite directions, one clockwise, one widdershins. The ship's chronometer, locked in a brass casing, had recorded time throughout her journey. But the readings didn't make sense. The hours and dates looped, repeated, skipped, then vanished entirely. One day was marked with a simple, desperate etching: "The sun has not come for 5 sleeps." Another was inked with shaking hands: "We've sailed through calm water for 2 weeks, and the stars are wrong." At the bottom of the logbook, written in faded red ink, was a final entry: "The water has no horizon anymore. Just directions that aren't ours." A diving team inspected the hull. Strangely, it showed no signs of algae, typical of vessels submerged for years. Instead, small grooves ran along the length of her underside, etched into the wood in faint, flowing patterns. The lead diver described them as like writing done underwater, with hands that didn't understand language, but remembered it anyway. Word spread, and the ship was soon examined by naval historians. One recognized the hull markings, not from maritime tradition, but from an ancient Iberian symbol catalogued in a forgotten monastery, symbols used to ward off loss of self. Another noted that one of the patterns mirrored an old nautical chart for a route that didn't exist anymore, one that curved between coasts like a string looped around a finger. When the rosine dusk was finally docked and left empty, locals reported hearing the ship creak at odd hours. No wind, no waves, just soft footsteps pacing from bow to stern. And from time to time, that mismatched clock would chime, even though no one could say what hour it struck. The ship was eventually dismantled, its wood sold for firewood, but those who burned it reported strange dreams of dark oceans with no sky, of sailing beneath the sea instead of atop it, and of meeting their younger selves in fog that whispered forgotten songs. One man, a boy at the time, awoke holding a wet, salt-covered page he hadn't seen before. Scrawled in blocky script were the words, "We were gone a long time, but not a minute passed." In June of 1901, the Spanish steamer Santa Dolora was found drifting off the Canary Current, fully intact, with its crew nowhere in sight. Though the weather was fair and the sea undisturbed, the ship bore the marks of extreme age, wood warped beyond what mere years could cause. Iron railings rusted through, like lace, and canvas sails turned nearly to dust. And yet, the Santa Dolora had departed port, only 11 days prior, from La Coruña, bound for San Vicente, with a modest cargo of olive oil and salt. A search party boarded expecting piracy, mutiny, or engine failure. What they found was far stranger. The ship's logbook was untouched, still laid open in the captain's quarters, to the page that marked their departure. But the ink on the page was faded, sun-faded, the kind of bleaching that takes decades, not days. Even stranger, there were no new entries, not a single line had been added, and the last page was still damp with fresh salt, though there had been no spray in the cabin. A stopwatch in the engineer's pocket, found tucked neatly inside a chest beneath the engine deck, was ticking steadily backwards. No one aboard could explain why it hadn't wound down. Every clock on the ship told a different time. Some moved erratically, others spun so fast their hands blurred. One, the ship's brass bulkhead timepiece, was frozen at 2:27, but the second hand ticked forward once every 10 minutes. When the crew attempted to document the anomaly, their pocket watches failed. A photograph developed of the main deck showed 3 figures, standing near the bow. They wore the Santa Dolora's uniforms, but none had been found aboard. Their eyes were closed, their mouths open, as if caught mid-breath or mid-prayer. Most unsettling was the chronometer room, where a small mechanical calendar sat fixed above the charting table. The rotating drum of dates, normally used to keep navigation aligned, had stopped on March 3, 1902. This date had not yet come. The ship had supposedly vanished in 1901. It was as though she had returned from a year that had not yet arrived. Sailors who examined the hull up close reported seeing images ripple across the wet wood, fleeting reflections that mimicked movement, showing the ship sailing through strange skies filled with vertical lightning and black stars. Some claimed they could hear bells from underwater. One diver surfaced weeping, insisting he saw children in uniforms walking up the inner beams of the keel like an inverted staircase. The Santa Dolora was towed back to port, but as she crossed into shallower waters, her materials began to age in reverse. Rust flaked off, wood smoothed, lanterns grew clear and golden, but as she approached the dock, the ship simply ceased forward motion, not from current, not from weight. It was as if she refused to be returned. A fog rolled in, and when it lifted, the ship was gone, leaving only a wake that shimmered for a full hour afterward, as though something had been moving just beneath the surface, waiting for silence. To this day, sailors still speak of the Santa Dolora like a ghost with unfinished errands. Some claim to see her silhouette near Cape Verde on moonless nights, but she never approaches shore. She never repeats her arrival. She simply drifts back into time that doesn't belong to us. In August of 1907, a Norwegian whaling ship named Vinterland appeared adrift near the coast of Jan Mayen, an icy volcanic island where no ship had been logged in weeks. The Vinterland had been missing for over 20 years, last sighted during an expedition in 1887 near Franz Josef Land, deep within the Arctic Circle. She had been presumed wrecked in ice, but the ship that returned was intact, too intact. The flags were pristine, the ropes unworn, the hull free of barnacles. It was not a relic, it was a snapshot, a moment suspended in sea foam. Rescuers boarded the ship, expecting skeletons, or at the very least, rot. Instead, they found warm meals set on the tables, with half-eaten bread and cups of untouched broth. Firewood still glowed in the cast-iron stove. There were smudges on the windows. The only thing missing was time. Every pocket watch aboard ticked precisely at 4:13 a.m., regardless of winding. The clocks, sealed and locked, had stopped at the same. Even the ink in the ship's manifest was paused mid-letter, quill dropped, as if the hand had vanished mid-motion. More eerie was the discovery below deck, a set of journals written by the captain, each entry becoming more fragmented than the last. The final page read, "There is no direction here. Stars circle us endlessly, like we've dropped into the eye of a night that won't remember dawn." Next to it lay a map of the Arctic, scratched full of impossible coordinates, degrees that didn't exist, marking points in negative space, beyond the known poles. In the margins were phrases repeated in jagged writing. Time coils, time coils, time coils. The ship's compass spun freely, but only when unobserved. The moment someone looked directly at it, it would stop, pointing not north, but down. A seaman tasked with photographing the vessel found that his camera plates returned blank, but when developed, showed faded images of people looking back from the portholes. None of them were aboard. After hours aboard the vessel, one rescue diver grew disoriented and had to be restrained. He insisted the crew was still there, moving too slowly to be seen, trapped in seconds that stretched out like oceans. He claimed to have seen a hand reaching through the galley door that hadn't opened. The Vinterland was towed toward Tromsø, but sank without warning in calm water, vanishing beneath the surface in less than a minute. Divers found no trace of her wreckage, but weeks later, fragments of her journal washed ashore in Iceland, damp but legible, written in reverse script that had to be read in a mirror. One entry, dated to a day after the ship had already returned, simply said, "We have not yet arrived, though they believe we left." Today, the story of the Vinterland is recited as a warning to icebreakers who venture too far into unmapped currents. Old sailors say that in certain cold waters, if your breath lingers too long and your shadow disappears, you may be sailing into an hour that no longer belongs to the world. In the shadowed calm of October 1904, a coastal lookout near Ushuaia spotted a sleek, black-hulled schooner gliding silently into port without sail or steam. The ship bore no name on her side, but etched in tiny gold script across the brass of her stern plate were the words Madeira's Wake. No one had heard of her, no record of her registry existed. The port authorities approached the vessel at dawn and found her uncrewed but immaculately kept, sails tied, knots perfect, decks swept. A lantern still burned, though no oil was present, its flame thin and unmoving, as if remembered by the wick rather than fed. Inside the captain's cabin, a clock mounted above the door ticked in a circular pattern rather than a forward one, its hands tracing slow spirals instead of arcs. The ledger on the desk was bound in what looked like kelp leather, soft to the touch, yet bone dry. There were only 5 entries, one for each day of what should have been a month-long voyage. Each entry consisted of a single word: departed, crossed, echoed, fell, unmoored, nothing else. No weather notations, no coordinates. The strangest artifact found aboard was a sextant made of glass, not brass or steel, but a strange unfractured crystal that absorbed light rather than reflected it. When held to the eye, it did not reveal stars or horizon, but memories. Each man who looked through it claimed to see a moment from his own past, not as he remembered it, but as if from the outside. The navigator dropped it into the sea in panic. It did not sink. It floated upward and vanished into the morning fog, and then came the fog itself, thick and sudden. Within minutes, the harbour vanished behind a wall of silver cloud, and the sun dimmed like a coin beneath wax paper. The Madeira's Wake began to move, not by engine, not by sail, but by some unspoken will. Ropes tethered to the dock unwound themselves, slipping loose like eels shedding skin. The hull whispered, not creaked, whispered, words no one could translate, but everyone understood. It is still the same hour. We have not yet left. We have always been returning. Before she reached open water again, an old dockhand leapt aboard. He had sailed in his youth, retired decades ago, and wore a compass of iron strung around his neck. As soon as his foot touched the deck, the compass needle turned black. He laughed, tipped his hat to no one, and vanished into the cabin. When the fog cleared, the schooner was gone. In the weeks that followed, dreams swept the harbour, a shared vision of a hallway made entirely of frozen time, where ships stood on either side, like paintings, sails unmoving, anchors suspended mid-fall. The Madeira's Wake was always in the centre, her sails drawn into impossible shapes, like glyphs for numbers the human brain could not retain. Inside, they say, was no crew, only reflections of those who might have been, people staring out of the wood grain like figures in a mirror that forgot what light was. Today, when sailors say a vessel is lost to time, they mean it politely, but the old ones whisper, she isn't lost, she is simply circling the same hour, waiting for someone who remembers how the clocks used to work. In May of 1902, a French naval charting vessel, La Magali, sailing west of the Kerguelen Plateau, encountered what the crew initially mistook for a volcanic island. Rising abruptly from calm waters, the landmass measured less than a mile across and appeared to have sprouted from the sea overnight. Its surface was jagged, streaked with what looked like coal and sulfur veins, and smelled faintly of ozone and wet ash. The captain, Etienne Rouvier, having charted the area weeks before and recorded no such feature, was adamant this island had not been there. As they approached, the compasses spun wildly, and all metal instruments began to vibrate. Watches ticked too quickly. A seaman collapsed from sudden nausea and claimed he could hear the island breathing. Despite these signs, Rouvier ordered a landing party, scientists, a priest, and 2 armed marines, onto the craggy shore. What they found defied description. The rocks were not made of basalt or obsidian, but of a porous metallic foam, light enough to float, yet unburned by the sun. In places the earth gave off heat, and in others a cold so intense that moss crackled underfoot, like shattered glass. The island pulsed, not metaphorically, but physically. The terrain shifted in shallow tidal rhythms, exhaling warm vapor through vents that were not geothermal, but arranged in perfect spirals across the ground. Embedded in the stone were massive, amber-colored lenses, domed like the eyes of deep-sea creatures, cloudy with age, but unmistakably crafted. One marine fired his rifle into the rock. The bullet was swallowed silently, leaving no impact, no echo, only a low vibration that moved through their boots like a distant drum beat. At the center of the island stood a structure, half buried, resembling a chapel formed from bleached coral and iron ribs. No doors, no altar, but a dais stood inside, and atop it, a bowl filled with still, ink-black water that neither evaporated nor rippled. The priest approached and dipped his fingers into it. When he did, the ground trembled once. He turned to the group, eyes wide, and simply said, "This is not land." Moments later, the water in the bowl drained into a hole that hadn't existed before, and a low hum began beneath their feet. The team fled. As they boarded the skiff, one looked back and swore the island was folding downward, not sinking, but collapsing into itself, like a piece of cloth, being drawn through a slit too narrow for light. By the time they reached Lamagale, the island was gone. Sonar revealed no seafloor disturbance, no debris, no volcanic plume. Just water, calm, unremarkable, and impossibly deep. The instruments, now stable, recorded a single anomaly, a perfect hemispherical void where the island had been, colder than the surrounding sea by several degrees. To this day, no island has been seen in that region again. But every May, without fail, ships passing through report the same phenomenon, a brief, sudden chill, the scent of ash, and the faint sound of bells ringing under the waves. In late November of 1908, a whaling vessel out of Newfoundland, known as the Nor'easter Queen, spotted what they described in logs as a drifting cathedral, approximately 300 nautical miles south of Greenland. The sighting occurred under heavy mist, during a near-windless lull, and yet the floating structure moved steadily north against the ocean current. The shape was unmistakable: pointed spires, vast archways, and buttresses of petrified seawood and calcified ivory, bleached by salt and time. Not a ship, not wreckage, but something between architecture and organism, too symmetrical to be driftwood, too irregular to be designed. The crew hesitated to approach. The mist around it refused to dissipate, clinging like oil to the water. But as the strange object drew nearer, it was clear the structure bore carvings, runic, winding scripts, wrapped around pillars that looped in on themselves like ammonite spirals. The first mate, an amateur historian, believed the symbols resembled Proto-Celtic syllabary, but altered, mirror-flipped, and twisted in ways that made them unreadable to the eye. He claimed they were meant to be read by feel, not sight. When the captain ordered the harpoon boats out for closer inspection, the fog thickened instantly, so much that they could not see each other, despite being within a stone's throw. The water turned syrupy, their oars moving sluggishly, and then, from the structure, came a low resonant sound, not a horn, not a siren, but a choir of submerged voices, harmonizing without breath. The sound was not merely heard, it passed through the crew, making their bones itch, and their thoughts scatter like silt. One man began crying, another clutched at his chest, and whispered, "They're still singing for a congregation that drowned." A few of the sailors boarded the floating ruin. Inside they found no altars, only long empty corridors that twisted as they walked them. The walls, while stone-cold, bore handprints, human child-sized, some fresh, some fossilized. There were rooms that ended in nothing but polished mirrors made of black pearl, in which the men saw not their own faces, but strangers, aged, grinning or asleep. Time slowed. Watches ticked once every 5 minutes. One man walked through a doorway and was never seen again. When they shouted for him, their voices were swallowed, returning warped and backward. The structure began to sink just as silently as it had drifted in. No collapse, no collapse. It simply descended, the ocean absorbing it with a quiet urgency, as though the sea were reclaiming a secret left unattended too long. The fog lifted immediately after. Stars appeared where none had been. The temperature returned to normal. When the Nor'easter Queen made port, 2 of the sailors were missing, and a third had turned fully mute. But the strangest change was in the captain, who now wore an intricate ring of salt-etched bone he claimed to have found on the cathedral's pulpit. He insisted it could keep time that wasn't ours, though he never explained what that meant. The ship never sailed again. It sits today in dry dock, preserved as a curiosity, but every so often, visitors claim to hear faint choral music from below her decks, like hymns from a church no longer attached to a place in the world. In April of 1906, a British cargo ship, named the Ainsworth Mercy, charted an unscheduled course. Change after its lookout spotted what appeared to be a small floating village, some 50 nautical miles off the coast of Dakar. At first, the captain believed it to be a cluster of lifeboats from a wreck, tethered together in desperation. But as the vessel approached, it became clear that this was something entirely different. Structures, huts, bridges, even crude windmills, stood on what looked like a quilt of ship planks and palm timbers lashed together, drifting smoothly without anchor or sail. Lanterns glowed dimly from windows. Rope ladders swayed gently in the windless air, but not a single person could be seen. The floating village made no sound. It emitted no smoke. Yet there were clear signs of life. Half-split coconuts rested beside hammocks. Laundry, stiff and sun-worn, hung on taut lines between masts fashioned into poles. A parrot, perched on a wooden ledge, let out a single cry. Too late, before fluttering away into the blank sky. The ship's crew lowered a boat and rowed toward the drifting mass, tying off on a rotted beam that bore the painted name of a schooner, lost decades before, and another beam from a Spanish galleon, another from an Ottoman sloop. It became evident that the floating village was built entirely from the remains of ships that had vanished. Once aboard, the air changed. It grew warm, then damp, then heavy, too heavy. The men moved slowly, their boots muffled by moss that had grown on wooden floorboards somehow exposed to sun and salt water. The sun overhead wavered, as if viewed through old glass. One sailor leaned into a hut and stumbled backward. The interior was not a room, but a staircase that descended far deeper than the structure's size should allow. Another walked the length of a narrow dock that stretched out across the sea, and simply kept going, defying the curve of the horizon, vanishing into haze without end. They found journals sealed in waxed canvas, tucked into wall crevices, written in a dozen languages, some extinct. They all told variations of the same story. We floated in from somewhere else. The sea forgot us. Time forgot us. We stayed. One was signed by a Dutch explorer reported missing in 1632, another by a sailor from a Chinese treasure fleet. The oldest was signed only with a symbol, a spiral inside a box. The captain, unsettled, ordered the men back, but the skiff was missing. Gone. No splash, no drift. Just gone. In its place, a single rope floated on the water's surface, tied in a knot known only to naval historians from the 16th century, a binding loop used in funeral rites for drowned sailors. Without other options, the crew remained aboard the floating village overnight, and that's when the lights began, small orbs of blue-white fire that hovered over the huts, never touching, never blinking. They circled the men, casting shadows that didn't match their forms. One sailor watched his own shadow detach and walk away. By dawn, the fog returned. The Ainsworth Mercy was within view again, though the crew swore it hadn't moved. They rowed back in silence, leaving the village behind. But as they looked back, the structures were already gone, faded into the sea mist, like breath from a mirror. No wake, no trace. To this day, the logs of the Ainsworth Mercy are stored in the Royal Maritime Archive under restricted access, but copies have leaked. They contain the coordinates of that drifting village, and a final note written by the captain years later, just before his death. It reads, "It wasn't made to float. It floats because it doesn't remember how to sink." In the autumn of 1900, a group of researchers aboard the Swedish expeditionary schooner Edda's Resolve encountered a massive floating geometric platform hundreds of kilometers off the coast of Madagascar. Measuring nearly a kilometer wide and shaped like a perfect hexagon, The object was entirely black, neither wood nor stone nor metal, but some dark composite that absorbed all light without glint or glare. It floated without bobbing, unaffected by waves, wind or current, sitting on the water as if resting on polished glass. Not a single ripple broke its boundary. It was too precise, too unnatural, and far too ancient to belong to anything on their maps. The crew, composed of cartographers and oceanographers, had no record of it from prior explorations. Even the oldest maritime legends held nothing resembling it. When they drew near, the air changed, not in temperature, but in weight. Barometers began to spin in reverse. Birds in the sky turned south and never returned. From the deck, the scientists could see that the surface was engraved with labyrinthine channels, no deeper than a fingernail, but running across its entire expanse in impossible spiraling complexity. When they tried to photograph it, the plates returned with burned-out voids, frames of light, as if the camera had taken a picture of absence itself. Only one crewman, an elderly scholar named Kolstrom, dared to step onto it. He lowered himself over the rail with a rope, walked 10 paces onto the structure, and immediately fell to his knees. He later claimed that it wasn't pressure or fear that brought him down, but recognition. He felt, in his words, as though he had returned to a place his blood remembered, but his mind had never seen. He said the grooves in the floor weren't decorations or warnings, they were instructions. He whispered that they led not to a center, but inward, to a depth that wasn't physical. Before the others could follow, the structure responded, not violently, not loudly, but with stillness so profound it made the sea itself pause. The waves died, the wind ceased, the clouds froze, the ship's sails slackened without falling. Everything held its breath. The crew heard a sound like whale song played backward, then felt the sensation of movement, not forward or backward, but sideways, like the ocean had rotated, and no one had noticed. Then the platform cracked, not broken, but divided. 6 equal segments pulled away from one another, with perfect mechanical precision, revealing a black spiral stairwell descending into dry darkness below the sea's surface. A second rope was lowered. Kolstrom declined. "We are not meant to follow what never intended to be found," he muttered. But something was already rising from below. The platform resealed before anything emerged. The water did not boil, the sky did not flare, but the crew swore they heard footsteps, echoing beneath them, like someone pacing on a second floor that should not exist. As they sailed away, the platform began to sink, not swiftly, not in panic, but with slow certainty, like a monument returning to its slumber. Modern sonar surveys show no record of the structure, but some satellite maps of the region occasionally display 6 faint points arranged in a perfect hexagon, visible only at night, glowing as if made of distant lanterns submerged just beneath the surface. Each point blinks once, then remains dark for exactly 19 years. The next blink is due soon. The ocean keeps its secrets well, cradled beneath pressures that crush steel and shadows that have never met the sun. What we've explored tonight, these drifting ruins, sunken echoes, and vessels returned not quite whole, remind us that the sea is not simply water, it's memory. It is where the forgotten goes not to die, but to wait, for understanding, for witness, for someone to return. As your eyes grow heavy and your thoughts begin to drift like kelp on still tides, consider what the ocean still holds. Thousands of miles, uncharted, mountains taller than Everest beneath the surface, cities never seen again, and voices that do not speak, but remain. Where are you listening from? And what time is it now? Let us know in the comments. And as you sleep, remember, if your dreams smell faintly of salt, and you hear bells ringing from far below, do not be afraid. The sea remembers, and tonight, you simply listened.